Good morning. Bonjour, everyone. I know everyone's mid-eating, but we're going to open today, this morning, with a prayer from Elder Ron Beardy from Garden Hill First Nation.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ron Beardy. I'm an elder from Garden Hill and a counselor. When I walked out of the hotel this morning, it was so beautiful, a beautiful day to start our day with. And I said to the old lady, you know, maybe you and I should move into Saskatoon. It's such a beautiful day here, and we should stay here and move over here. Anyways, I am honored, very honored, to say good morning and to say a prayer for every one of us in here, and to have our homes that we left behind be blessed, and that you all go home whenever this is over and return to your loved ones, and hope that nothing happens to them. I think we all wish that the loved ones that we have left behind be well as when we return to them. So we will all stand, please, because we are going to talk to our Creator. Because our Creator is the number one thing we have in our mind, because every time we leave to do something, when we wake up in the morning, we have to put God first in everything that we do on that day and ask Him to bless what we are going to do that day, and that it will happen. So I'm going to say a prayer for everybody here, for all the people in your reserves. I usually do that when I talk to God, for my people, for our people in the surrounding communities. So I'm going to say the prayer now. Matawinan, chigizigong kayayan, minandop marchihamanan, gal kusiwan daw siyang, gal marchi siyang akin. Kaya pagkatan siyang supnad niyang siyan huyang, sigunok, dan sinimilan kandaganang gits. E pagkusan mo kwang, siwit siyan huyang gits, minarchis na, uwen nga wets ke muna. Kaya wets mo wets lawen taman, uwe kaya numutek, bindagamang, sasawen tawa, suwe, sawen naman doa, nukuno windan snimnan, kandaganang gits. Nina, isipagsan niyang, api, kiwayang, eka nanda chingwat. Mina nina untumaya kaya pindagamang, ega si puwenta nga aguam kestas tawin ke gunay paniguyam ko. Kakuna awiyan day mesama umating tagamang kayayats. I pray for everybody in this building, and I pray for their families, that they have left behind and return to their families safely. Mwe Israel wetumuluyan kin kakinagaygon ka kinabamingagin kakinagaygon ka tutamosyang. Kinalako mga uwe nanatulong kiyabits kamin siyang nungum ka kisigag. Dup na siyam nan kin tatagizga ewichga po ito siyang Kegun kadu tamam. Kakna awards chicha kaya ga change words. That the way the mom and koya chicken went down. Our little babies and our little ones to be kept safely. And we pray for our young people to listen a little closer to your words so that they will take over after we're finished and doing the things that we are supposed to do for our people. For they are the generations that are going to take over what we are after now. We pray for the elderly. Give them peace and quiet and a good rest at nighttime when they go to bed to see the beautiful sunshine again. We thank you, Lord, for everything that you have done for us. In the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord, we give you all the glory. In the name of Jesus Christ, thank you. Amen. Amen, everybody. Have a good day. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Elder Beardy. So just a quick, we're a little 10 minutes behind. So yesterday we talked about journeys of remote communities and you shared stories and we learned more. And just to remember, we didn't get to the part where you got to recap what happened in the breakout rooms. So we have a piece at the end of the day where we're going to do that at the end of the day for I think like 30 minutes or no. Yeah, 45 minutes. But right now I'd like to invite Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse and Vice Chief Pratt up. Do you want to do it together or separate? Together? Oh, Vice Chief Pratt? You want this one? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to get to you.
All right. Good morning, everybody. I feel like Oprah here walking through the crowd. First of all, good morning, everybody. It's good to be back with you here again on day 2. Appreciate everyone's participation and all of your comments are great and they're good. I'm hoping that we can get more information today from you and get some good direction here in our inaugural meeting. But I'm very excited at the direction that we're going, and I know that we're going to accomplish some great things together. So looking forward to hearing them presentations today. I do apologize. I will have to leave sometime after lunch. I do have to attend a funeral of one of my good friends. His daughter passed away because of crystal meth and opioids. One of our I guess probably the leader of our child welfare directors. So I'm going to go spend some time with the family, and it's a 3-hour drive one way and a 3-hour drive back. So I want to be there, but I'll be back tomorrow morning and I'll be able to participate in the final day in the closing ceremonies. But I'm glad you're all here. I'm glad you're all having a good time. Hope you didn't spend all your per diems at the casino last night. But if you did, our kids thank you. That'll go towards sports, culture, and recreation. So Kachin Miigwech, let's have a good day today. Miigwech, thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse. And I too would like to, as your co-chair for NARC, I want to welcome you again to day 2 of our symposium. And I think we're going to have some well-rounded, robust discussions today. And I really like to reflect on yesterday as well, the journeys exercise, where many of our leaders, our elders, our youth, our agencies, we came together to have that initial discussion of the journeys that brought us here as remote communities, as far north communities, communities with issues and challenges of access. We heard the cost of living, the cost of having food and services, and the fact that many of our communities are still are left wanting in terms of the fact that to provide for our children, youth, and families within our in our communities that whom we represent here. And I think it's a testament to the journeys exercise yesterday of the extreme need of how our unity as NARC members is moving forward. And I echo some of the sentiments as well. Okay, it's great that we're all talking about our journeys here, but what are we going to do next? What is some of those tangible things that we need to do to organize ourselves to ensure that we have an opportunity and put forth our resolve in ensuring that when we negotiate with all levels of government, that the requirements and the priorities of our remote communities is very paramount in moving ahead today. And we're going to have some great speakers this afternoon. We have members of Indigenous Services Canada here. They were here yesterday to listen. I think that was an opportunity for them to really listen to some of the journeys of our remote communities. And we'll be hearing from them as well. It's great to have Dr. Valerie get in here with her and her team here as well to really give some insight on some of the commitments that the Crown is moving ahead to make sure that NARC and other areas of the settlement offer are really put forth in terms of a pathway forward where even our First Nation communities in the far north will be able to benefit from, but also we need us at the table as well to bring that northern remote community perspective as well. One of the partnerships that we had with Indigenous Services Canada, you would have heard that was NAN specific, that I think should also go across Canada, is we talked about in the journeys the need for land-based healing, land-based education, involving our knowledge keepers, changing our education systems to reflect the education needs of our First Nations communities in the far north. And I want to also emphasize this partnership that came through the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal was a program that was spun out of Jordan's Principle called Choose Life. And Choose Life was born out of the epidemic of suicides that was plaguing many of our northern communities across Treaty 5 and Treaty 9 within Ontario. Choose Life was basically an answer to have a community-based, community solution-based program and a model that would really be reflective of the needs of our First Nation communities. And we'd like to share with you now a brief 7-minute video of what Choose Life and how Choose Life is making some differences and making some inroads, positive mechanisms at the community level to assist children, youth, and families overcome some of the hardships and all the challenges that many of our children, youth, and families face. So with that, Maestro, can you please play the video? And this is Choose Life.
Ogden First Nation is a community north of Sudbury and a little bit south of Timmins. It's a nice little small community. It's very manageable, very welcoming people here. Before Choose Life came, we were struggling to provide programming for the community for culture and for tradition and different types of First Nation practices.
Those are big words, Choose Life. It means a lot of things to me, that there is hope, that our people won't have to always be sad. There is someone out there. There is a program.
We're able to do more because we can choose the way in which we want to help our community heal. Like, it creates a very deep sense of autonomy. That's what the Choose Life program is. It's self-governance and autonomy.
We do education, awareness, prevention. And then we also do stuff where we take them out on the land so that they're disconnected and reconnected, meaning that they're disconnecting from technology and reconnecting to their self.
It brings engagement. It brings back the significance of each community's culture. It gives opportunity to the young where they wouldn't have that opportunity before.
Those bush camps are extremely effective for healing. We can connect back to our inherent knowledge through our activities on the land, whether it be hunting, netting, or picking some plants in a fall time, or berry picking in the fall, or tripping and falling in the snow. Like, what a lovely thing to fall in a cloud. Like, that's what it's like at the bush camp.
You can see it in their faces. Like, you can read reports, you can look at pictures, but it's when you interact with them directly and they tell you face to face what this means to them. That's when you know that it's making a difference.
My name is Bisam and I am 9 years old, and this is my first time at this camp.
My name is Dane and my age is 11. This is like my probably first camp with my school. There's a lot of skidooing. You get to play with your friends.
What I most enjoy about being here is the snow and all the adventures.
I like to get to eat good food here.
We went ice fishing yesterday, and then we caught like 6 or 7 fish with that fish net.
And when we got all that fish, like we got 6 fish, that looked cool.
All you can hear is laughter throughout the camp. And then to watch the children cut heads off the fish, and like they may not have ever done that before, but the skills, like, and they're so good with the knives. They're very happy to be able to, you know, do something that meant something and then feed the rest of the community. Like, that was brilliant.
It gives them that sense of pride, you know, and that sense of belonging. And it's like, hey, I know how to do this. And you know it's working when stuff like that happens.
It's slowly bringing back the language because they are learning the language as opposed to not knowing anything years prior.
He's learned a great respect for the land, animals, and himself with these programs and through these land-based activities. It's so important to be able to maintain this kind of programming. I wish we would have had this kind of programming when I was his age.
The first time around, we only had 3 kids. This time around, we had 10 kids, which was crazy. There was a lot of kids for the camp, but you know, it made it work, and all the kids really enjoyed it.
We know now, 3 years in, that it's changing lives, it's saving lives, and it's transforming young lives, and you cannot put a price tag on that.
I'm definitely coming. I'm gonna come back in the winter, just like right now, next year.
I'm very proud of them. They all participate, and you just, by watching them, you see a sense of urgency that's needed to continue this.
I see it working. And it's sad in a way that we didn't have it years ago, because we've lost so many young people.
Jordan's principle was developed because there was a youth in my First Nation, Norway House Cree Nation in Manitoba. And he didn't get the care he needed in time, and he passed away. And it didn't need to happen, but because that happened, it sparked Jordan's principle. So in Canada, there will be no child left behind.
You know, we did talk about Jordan's principle at the camp, and to make the youth aware, you know, of how blessed we are from the Creator and what He gives to us. So definitely, it was a good educational experience for them as well, to see where this all comes from.
There's always a lot of negative influences that affect different First Nations, drugs, alcohol. It's just getting worse and worse. And with those problems, they need solutions. And one of the solutions is to prevent them from happening with our youth in the future by providing these experiences for them.
And it is working. It's giving back the hope of a nation.
community is created out of the interaction from the land. This community connection, and connection treats addiction. So where for a long time, for 2 generations, we would be preventing addiction in those children if we could continue to do these bush camps. That's why the Choose Life program is so important. So important to be able to support traditional efforts that may not have been supported before.
I got two grandchildren here. They're the light of my life. And it's for the future of all our young people in our community.
They're getting self-care out there at the same time. They're bonding, they're socializing, they're learning our way of life. They're learning life skills. I mean, like, it's wonderful.
I love this camp. I like going for walks in the bush because it's so peaceful. Coming out to camp makes me happy. With my friends makes me more happy.
Really being with the land is being with their heart. That's why it's so effective.
It's the best program ever. I wish I had that when I was a kid.
In order to heal as a nation, ought we not to know who we are as Anishinaabe, so that we can be proud of who we are?
There's no shame in being First Nation. There's no shame in knowing that this is our traditional territory. It's not anybody else's. This is ours. We were here first. This is our land.
To all the Choose Life people out there, what you're doing is so great, because if you could save one life, you've done tremendous. If you can save all of them, it's a dream.
Okay, so that, ladies and gentlemen, chiefs and elders, youth that are here, and everybody online as well. So that is like an example of community-based solutions, community-based opportunities to really engage on, developing a system, a preventative system that really helps all areas of our communities, our children, our youth, involving our elders. Our spirit is with the land. And these are opportunities where we like to share as well, and an opportunity to also look at best practices and see what's going on across the country, and how ideas like Choose Life could also stem nationally as well, and complement or contribute to your First Nations cultural fabric, and finding a real positive way to really, really deal with many of the challenges that we have at the community level. So we're looking forward to today's discussions. We have some great presentations this afternoon, this morning, and opportunities for you to also engage and ask questions and share more of your journeys, but also at the same time too, keep in mind that we also want to, although this is, I always say, our inaugural meeting, where some of the next steps for NARC in terms of really identifying our priorities, moving on with the challenges of our First Nation communities in the remote and the far north. So with that, I'll take it back to our facilitator, Jessica McLaughlin. So Miigwech, have a good morning.
That was a great video. Thank you. I got a little teary-eyed. So I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping this morning before we start our first presentation. So just a reminder about the dinner tonight, and that is at 6 p.m. Well, dinner doesn't start till 6:30. So just remember about that. We did set up an elders lounge in the room, Salon E, and that's the smudge room, but there's some comfy couches and stuff in there. So if anyone wants to use that, we wanted to let you know that that's open. I also wanted to, there's a girl, Bo, her name is, back here. She's not with a news media outlet. She's actually documenting this historical event. So she wants to do some interviews with you to document. So if any of you feel comfortable being in front of a camera, go and see Bo. She's super cool. Yes. So now we're going to start on our first presentation, which I wanted to say. So yesterday was Journeys of Remote Communities and Realities of Lived Experiences. Today, the conversation is more focused on communities, vulnerabilities, respecting settlement payouts. And there's a study and discussion on best practices and safeguards. So our first presentation, and I think you all have your agenda in front of you, is a number of people. There is 5 people that are going to be, are they coming up? Oh, there's 4. Oh yeah, and one's online, one's virtual. Aideen is on virtual. No, never mind. Chris is saying no. So there's 4 people that are going to come up. Yes. So we have Stephanie Wellman from AFN, Diane Corbier from AFN, and Stuart Woodcutt. I don't know. Watke, and Dr. Valerie Gideon from Indigenous Services Canada. Is there enough chairs? We need one more. Oh, he's gonna go first. I think he's gonna stand. Do you want to stand or? And you can use this one or this one. All right. Miigwech.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stuart Watke. I'm a general counsel with the Assembly of First Nations, originally from Garden Hill First Nation in Manitoba, Treaty Number 5. I've been with the AFN for a number of years. I've been lead counsel for the AFN along with David Nawagabo from the Nawagabo Corbier on the child welfare proceedings before the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. So we're going to be dividing up our time amongst the AFN team with respect to where we are and where we've come to with respect to the final settlement agreement. But before I start, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting us, the elders for their opening prayer today, and for the ceremony. Just a little bit of context. So the Assembly of First Nations has been working with Canada for a number of years to make changes to we found discriminatory and problematic funding processes within the First Nations Child and Family Services Act. And this work commenced in the latter part of the 1990s, beginning of 2000s, where we recognized the high levels of individuals and children that were being apprehended by the child welfare system. We've engaged in a number of studies with the federal government, joint studies, starting with the National Policy Review. From that, the one-day reports in 2004 to 2006, or 2000, sorry. And really, at that point, we have highlighted there were a number of deficiencies in the program. And there was really a perverse incentive that was operating in the program itself. And the perverse incentive operated much like it did in Indian residential schools, where the federal government would provide funding for individuals on a per capita basis to agencies. Much like Indian residential schools, you have a room that's so large, they put the beds closer together so they can get more kids in the room, which would mean more funding for the residential schools. It kind of operated that perverse incentive like with child welfare, where you have children that were in needs of services, and same with families, but the federal government would not actually fund those services unless the child was apprehended. So which created a perverse scenario where children who didn't need to be apprehended but needed services were nevertheless apprehended anyways. And what we found in our work with Canada and others that were working on this area, about 94 to 95% of the children that were being apprehended were due to neglect. And this is for children that were not being fed properly, not being clothed properly, not attending school, poverty-related issues. So really 95% of the children are being apprehended because of poverty. Roughly 3%, more than 3% were apprehended for actual abuse, physical abuse, and just under 2% of the First Nation children that were being apprehended was for sexual abuse. The interesting to note, though, is that the children that were being apprehended under the sexual abuse category, that level was a lot lower than what you found in the Canadian average. So even though today what you find a majority of the children in care are First Nations, you have to keep in mind that the vast majority of those are related to poverty, and some of it related to physical abuse, that type of thing. And that's the type of scenario we're working in. And Canada essentially would not fund agencies to provide services unless a child is apprehended. So it created this scenario, much like it did in residential schools, so that if an agency was to get funded, was to provide services to a First Nation child or a family, an apprehension needed to occur. So that was the impetus of us going to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and filing a claim of discrimination based on that perverse funding model. And throughout time, of course, we added in Jordan's principle with respect to that, because there's a very narrow application of Jordan's principle, where a number of First Nations children are being denied services that they required to bring them in line with, the outcomes that the regular Canadian population would encounter. So obviously we won that case before the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. The tribunal recognized the perverse incentive and the enormous impact that was having the First Nation communities. A lot of children being ripped apart from their families. Parents were losing their kids. Siblings were being separated from each other as well, much like they did in residential schools. The biggest problem, of course, with child welfare is once a child is removed from their home and put in a non-native community, for instance, they have nobody. They are essentially on their own and alone. Far more different and far more harmful than what you would find in Indian residential schools, where there was a pool of children that were there that could at least help that child that was being abused. But in the child welfare sense, these children are definitely, to the most point, on their own, and they are helpless, they are vulnerable. And that was really what the tribunal has found that led to many of the orders that they have done. Now, with the tribunal process, we're not actually done our work yet. The tribunal has issued a number of orders, but they are interim orders, basically temporary orders. And as we were going through the process, once they acknowledged the discrimination had occurred, they basically ordered Canada to fix the system and work with the parties. So the Assembly First Nations, the First Nation Child and Family Caring Society of Canada, Chiefs of Ontario, Nisga'a Nation, and Amnesty International. So we've been working with Canada trying to look at where the gaps are, where there are problems, and creating new types of processes where we can address those discriminatory aspects of the program. And each time we've come up with solutions, or if we couldn't agree, we go back to the tribunal, we get an order, and the tribunal will be issuing these interim orders. Now, the interim orders are in place until they issue a final order. And right now we are working on a final settlement agreement with respect to long-term reforms of the program itself. But in part of the process before the tribunal, the AFN, of course, argued for compensation to be paid for the victims of Canada's discrimination. We argued that children, their siblings, and their parents have suffered the worst form of discrimination imaginable. Under the Canadian Human Rights Act, the maximum amount that the tribunal could actually award for compensation is $40,000. The tribunal acknowledged that, that is a lot lower than what the children should be getting, but because of the statutory limitation, that's the most they could order. So we had that order that was ordered by the tribunal ordering Canada to pay compensation. Canada did appeal that order and went to the federal court. The AFN, the Caring Society, NAN, Chiefs of Ontario, all defended that order, and we prevailed. And again, Canada had did an appeal of that order. So it's now before the Federal Court of Appeal. It has been put in abeyance. Canada has agreed that discussions amongst the parties should take place on compensation, and we have been having those discussions with Canada. Now, my friend, both Stephanie and Diane will be talking about particulars of the final settlement agreement. We want to note that what we're going to disclose to you today is under settlement privilege. We have had discussions with Canada. Some of their positions have been brought forward to us, and it's really under the cone of confidence and confidentiality and silence that we're operating under. So we may not be able to share all the information with you today that you would like, mainly because that the confidentiality provisions of our discussions are in play. They're enforceable by the courts, so we need to respect those. So we'd also ask that, that if there's any media here that you leave, you're not entitled to this information. Only the participants of this group is entitled to hear this information. So that's basically the large scale context, the background of where we are, how we got to this current place. It's been a lot of work accumulating. AFN filed this application back in 2007. It's been a number of, it's been over a decade, going on to possibly, another decade. And on top of that, the previous work we've done with Canada. So this has been a very long process for the AFN in moving this issue forward. But we recognize the importance of First Nation families, children, healthy communities, and the need to reform the program to ensure that all First Nations children, regardless of where they live, are entitled to the best possible outcomes that they have, and that their talents, their abilities are realized, and they can reach the full potential that they so deserve. Far too long, whether it's through residential schools, the 60 scoops, the day schools, the day scholars, all these class actions speak to the fundamental attack on First Nation communities by looking at First Nations children and attacking First Nations children. And it's time that that process has come to an end. We need to ensure that our families are resilient, reunite children that were taken away. And we're thankful that the federal government has worked with the AFN in developing the First Nations, I should say, an act with respect to First Nations children, families, and Métis youth, Bill C-92 essentially, where it's implementation legislation recognizing First Nations have the inherent right to pass laws with respect to all family matters. So positive steps moving forward from our long litigation and working with Canada. Hopefully we'll see big improvements in the future, and we continue to work with all the regions across Canada and First Nations to ensure that the final settlement agreements we are developing speak to the needs of your communities and reflect the needs of your communities, but also ensure that the lawmaking authority of First Nations can thrive in the future. So at this point, I will turn it over to my colleague, Diane Corbier. Thank you.
I always have this fear that I'm going to come up here and fall over. I've seen it happen. Ani bojo, wajgesh nedokwe, dishnakazin, makwado dem, chiging donjaba. Yes, my name is Diane Corbier, and my spirit name is Spirit of the Deer Woman. I'm Bear Clan, and I'm from Chiging First Nation. For those that don't know Ontario, I'm from Manitoulin Island, the largest freshwater island in the world. And so I'm very pleased to be here, and congratulations on your inaugural meeting of the National Assembly of Remote Communities. Well done, good work. We have been specifically asked about one particular area about the settlement agreement for compensation. And the questions we've been asked to address for you today are, where have we as First Nations been on payouts for class actions? What have we learned, and what will we use as the Assembly of First Nations best practices? So those are really good questions. And I got to tell you, it's been first and foremost on the minds of the negotiators about making sure we have a First Nation driven process, a trauma informed process, and that we look at very robust supports for your most vulnerable people who are just starting out in life. As Regional Chief Woodhouse said yesterday, she is our lead negotiator for the long-term reform that Stuart mentioned and the compensation final settlement agreement. We are close to concluding the final settlement agreement on compensation. Unfortunately, this means the draft is settlement privileged and confidential for now. And so, as Stuart said, that really limits what we can say, but I assure you, we are very advanced in concluding our agreement with Canada and the Mushume Group. And we have someone from Mushume here. David Stern, do you want to stand up and wave around to the crowd? He's been part of our team and working really hard and diligently on the compensation agreement. I also want to give a shout out to Ashley Bach. Could you stand up? She's one of the representative plaintiffs for the Assembly of First Nations. She is, as you, those of you that know her, she's very influential, instrumental, and a real vital part of this team. So what I can say is that we are concluding the agreement, and the only focus left is some final minor wording and a timetable for next steps. But there is public information that the AFN can share, and it's important because it really has already driven the result of the final settlement agreement. So I want to share that with you, and it has informed the parties in coming to a resolution on the necessary and robust supports for the young adult class members. As you know, Ms. Wellman from the Assembly of First Nations and Dr. Gideon from Canada will explain in quite a bit of detail the cultural and mental health supports, which are in fact based on lessons learned from other class actions and best practices. We thank you for inviting us to this important meeting, because although we have an agreement on the supports with the parties, it is the language in the final settlement agreement will be broad enough to make the necessary adjustments, especially hearing the specific requirements from northern and remote communities. So we will encourage and continue that dialogue. Where have we been in coming to agreement on the necessary supports? One only needs to look at the decisions that Stuart mentioned this morning. And as he mentioned, my firm, Naugabo Corbier, has been co-counsel with the Assembly of First Nations since 2007 at the CHRT, and we've been there every step of the way. And then we supported AFN in its decision to, launch our own class action, so that we made sure that whatever result comes out of the compensation process, it's First Nation driven. So you just need to look at the CHRT decisions to know what AFN and Canada have agreed to regarding supports for individual compensation under the Canadian Human Rights Act, which is very similar to the class actions. The class actions, to put it quite simply, I will try, they really just extend the period from 2006 and 2007 of the CHRT to go further back to 1991. It's all very similar. We agreed upon a very detailed supports process with Canada already under the CHRT process that was endorsed and accepted by the CHRT tribunal in a decision. That document is public record, and to whoever the organizer is, we'll get you the links online so that you actually have something to bring home to your communities, because it is as relevant and informative to our process to this day. And it is entitled "The Framework for the Payment of Compensation under the 2019 CHRT 39. In our agreement in principle for compensation, it too was supposed to be settlement privilege, but we shared it with the First Nations, and we understand it's all across the country. So that's okay. But we reached an agreement on December 31st, 2021 for First Nations children and families who experienced discrimination in the federal government's First Nation Child and Family Services Program and its failure to properly implement Jordan's Principle. We committed to implement supports based on lessons learned and best practices. I want to highlight those sections to you now and advise that the final settlement agreement will not derogate from what I'm saying to you today. So paragraph 16 of the agreement in principle says, as part of the comprehensive settlement agreement, the parties will negotiate provisions as to the parameters of culturally sensitive health, information, and other supports to be provided to class members during the claims period, as well as funding for healthcare professionals to deliver supports to class members who suffer or may suffer trauma for the duration of the whole claims period, which will be over 20 years. And again, as I mentioned, Stephanie and Stephanie Wellman. It's a little informal just to say Stephanie, but we talk like 20 times a day. So and Dr. Gideon will be getting into very detail. We've agreed with Canada that it's okay to talk about these because we really want to get that information out to the northern and remote communities. So we also said that the parties agree that provisions as to the funding of the Assembly of First Nations. So we will have funding for the Assembly of First Nations and hopefully some of our First Nations to be able to support the claimants in this process. Because as you all know, and you've all heard the stories about how traumatic it is in previous class actions without that support. And Canada has agreed not to take the money from the compensation. They will pay separately for these mental health and cultural supports. The navigators, again, Stephanie Wellman and Dr. Gideon will get into details. We also committed in the agreement in principle to go back to the tribunal explaining how we have satisfied their orders on compensation. So we're not leaving the tribunal behind. So that's why, again, if you look at that framework that we worked on with Canada and the parties, it really gives you a good sense of the supports that we're talking about. So in 2021, the CHRT 7 compensation framework decision, the tribunal recognized the value in providing the parties an opportunity to negotiate the particulars. And like I said, the work that went into that was based on current research, all best practices. So the team of people that spent months negotiating that framework put a lot of what you would expect to go into that process. And the tribunal recognized it and complimented the parties and indicated that a negotiated process was particularly beneficial in this case where there are multiple First Nations parties who possess experience, knowledge, and expertise, and who had advanced different arguments before the tribunal. Again, the tribunal in that decision, so it is a decision, recognized the draft framework for the payment of compensation and accepted that in their order. So again, leaving with what are best practices. I've already identified that a lot went into that framework, and it will be a guide. None of that work is irrelevant. It's all very relevant to the work that we're doing in the class action. So what are the best practices? Listen to your clients, and what your clients have to say really mattered at the CHRT. The CHRT was very influenced by the mandate the Assembly of First Nation had to pursue the case, and where they identified that the AFN was mandated by resolution based on consensus following a vote by Chiefs in Assembly to pursue compensation for First Nation children and youth in care, and for the Jordan's Principle victims of discrimination, and that we were instructed to pursue the maximum compensation allowable under the CHRT Act, and that so that was very influential to the tribunal. So we've also heard from First Nation child welfare survivors, and we highly recommend to you the reports. And please look up the Assembly of Seven Generations. And it's if you go to www.a7g.ca, you will see the survivors themselves identifying what they need and what their dreams and aspirations are. And I assure you, this has been very influential in the whole final settlement agreement. I know Ms. Wellman, put a lot of thought and credibility to the work of our survivors. And what did they say about financial supports? They gave us a directive. They want financial training for youth receiving compensation. They said that this training shouldn't be mandatory, but rather an option for individuals receiving compensation. They've given us a strong directive that they want us to invest a lot of work into that to support them. They want awareness training about predatory banks and financial institutions like those that, these are their words, those that swindled compensation from residential school survivors. So the other point is we have to look at the work already done in the framework. I'm just going to say that again. As a guide, much of the lessons learned and practices went into that work. And to the extent it's applicable, we will use this. Third, we had to ask First Nations for more details because it's not required in the final settlement agreement. We are here to listen. Well, we call you guys NARC, and I hope that's okay. I got the nod. And AFN has been in preliminary discussions with First Nations and financial institutions. I have permission to say this from them. For those that are, I see some Ontario leaders in the room. The chief from Scugog First Nation, Chief Kelly LaRocca, and I've been talking to other chiefs, and she is got lots of experience of giving annual distributions to their citizens. And she has a lot to say about what she's learned and other First Nations that do this annually to do payouts and what best practices are, and they will guide us. And they have been able to influence financial institutions to be able to cooperate with First Nations to be able to support the young citizens who receive their per capita or their annuity distributions. So also I have permission to say that we've spoken with Peace Hills Trust. They actually deliver, I think she said her number was over 38 annual distributions to First Nations. So she has a real sense. And when the other big banks are looking at how to work with First Nations and what are best practices for payouts, a lot of them will consult, the Peace Hills Trust. And so they have a lot of experience, and of course they want to help us. The whole RFP process will ensure that, whoever the entities are that are working with your communities have our views on what are in the best interest of your citizens. So we will continue to do that work with the First Nations and businesses. As you know, AFN, even after we sign the final settlement agreement, AFN will be a leader in pursuing and implementing this agreement. So they will want to make sure that those supports are answerable to your communities. So rest assured, there are many more steps in this process before we start dispersing compensation to our First Nation citizens. These supports are vital to this agreement, and we as the AFN intend to do this work under the guidance and supervision of our AFN leadership with the support of our plaintiff partners, Mushum, and our other partner, Canada. And of course, we're going to continue to listen to Ashley Bach. Anybody who knows her knows you can't help but listen to her. But anyway, so I thank you. And now Stephanie Wellman from the Assembly of First Nations is going to address you.
Hi, everyone. Stephanie Wellman. Get to follow lawyers. That's always hopefully makes it a little more interesting for you guys. So I'm Stephanie Wellman. I'm the Director of Social Development at the Assembly of First Nations. Just want to say thank you for having me. Thank you to the Elder. Thank you to Deputy Grand Chief and Vice Chief Pratt for putting this together. And again, congratulations on having this first meeting. Again, I'm the Director of Social Development at the Assembly of First Nations. That includes child welfare, Jordan's Principle, income assistance, early learning and childcare, poverty reduction. They keep me very busy over there. But what I'm going to talk to you guys about is what we've been working on for the mental health and cultural supports. So Diane talked about the financial literacy supports, and myself and Val are going to talk a little bit about the mental health and cultural supports. So, as part of this process, we've been going to the regions to talk about this agreement and what we've been working on. And I will say one of the number one things we've heard is the need to make sure that these young people are supported. Heard it very, very loud and clear. I would say that's probably the number one type of feedback that we've received. And also, though, we have many, many lessons learned from previous class actions, lots of bad lessons learned, and also some good ones as well. And, you know, this class action is very, very unique because it is generational. And it is a very, very large cohort that will have a variety of needs. So we know that supports are going to be required across a very wide span of time and throughout a class member's lifetime. So under this process, survivors may have aged out of care in 1991, or they could still be children and youth right now who are still presently in care because the compensation period does end March 31st, 2022. So, you know, we have to pay a lot of special care and attention because these are very young people. So to work on this, we did seek advice from First Nations mental wellness experts. And to start us off, we identified some core principles that we felt needed to be at the forefront. So of course, first and foremost, supports must be trauma-informed, culturally safe, and must support class members as they navigate the compensation process. We also identified that the support should be aligned with the First Nations Mental Wellness Continuum Framework. If anyone's familiar with that work, it's been quite widely accepted as a best practice in thinking about how to approach mental health and well-being. We also identified that through the Indian Residential School Resolution Health Support Program, the IRS-RHSP, there's a very, very large network of service providers that was developed under that process. You know, lots of community-based workers were created under that process, and we have seen it as one of the best practices. And we really want to make sure we don't lose that workforce. There's some really great workers, but also there's, with the funding that communities have gotten under the IRS-RHSP program, they've done some really innovative things and come up with some really innovative activities to support their whole community throughout the IRS process. However, there is going to be a significant ramp up that's going to be required. So we've pushed very hard that there needs to be a ramp up in capacity and job force creation. So keeping in mind with the IRS-RHSP program, we did identify that adult class members might be appropriately served by this existing network of health and cultural supports, again, with enhancements to capacity. However, children and youth will absolutely have to be served by specialized trauma-informed services. For the supports themselves, we've identified the need for supports to individual class members, but also to their families and communities as well. And it goes without saying, everyone has been impacted by discriminatory funding in the CFS program, as well as the denial and delay of Jordan's Principle. So we've pushed very hard that supports need to be community-wide. And that is also, again, what we learned from the IRS-RHSP program. And so for the supports themselves, we kind of mapped out a few different components of that. So for one component, we push for interdisciplinary care teams for class members so that they would have a coordinated, seamless access to services and supports. So similar to a team of navigators, we were very clearly that young people don't want to have to continuously repeat their stories over and over again. They want to be supported throughout the whole process, from filling out their applications to everything else that's going to entail that. So this could entail service coordinators in First Nations organizations to help exercise kind of like a case management role. The second element is, again, bolstering the existing network of health and cultural supports within First Nations organizations. And this will require a long-term investment in workforce creation. And as I mentioned earlier, it's really critical not to lose the workforce that's already been created. The third element entails mental health counseling to all class members, families, and communities provided by regular health professionals such as psychologists, social workers, but also cultural-based practitioners. And this is, of course, regardless of residency or, say, non-insured health benefits eligibility. And then the kind of last component that we mapped out was for direct supports through possibly a dedicated telephone line. So we were thinking maybe expanding the Hope for Wellness helpline so that we can include children and youth specific training and knowledge. And for this, we really know that young people like to connect virtually. And so we just want to make it as expansive as possible. And, with potentially having a helpline for young people or individuals and families, that would help to coordinate amongst the different supports that individuals need. And again, the intent is so that individuals don't have to repeat themselves over and over again as they go throughout the process. So those are high level the supports that we mapped out. We tried to frame this in a way to be as flexible as possible so that funding goes to communities based on what they need, and then they can ramp up what those services and supports look like. We, really wanted to make sure it's clear that the needs of northern and remote communities are not an afterthought. I feel like that does happen quite a bit, but that is absolutely not our intention. And we are really trying to make the space to make sure that everyone is supported throughout this process from beginning to end. And this is going to be a 20+ year process. Individuals won't be able to claim their compensation until they are an adult. Plus they will have a few years on top of that. So it is a 20+ year process that we're talking about. And so again, it will require a lot of ramp up and a lot of investment from our friends at the Government of Canada to make sure that First Nations have the funding and the supports that they need. So I will turn it over to Val to add in anything that I missed.
So much, Stephanie. Excuse me, I'd like to acknowledge that we're on Treaty 6 territory. It's been a long time since I had a chance to come to Saskatoon. Excuse me. I'll take my mask off for the purpose of this. My name is Valerie Gideon. I'm the Associate Deputy Minister at Indigenous Services Canada. I'm Mi'kmaq from the Giskapegak First Nation in Quebec. And I mean, Stephanie gave you a really, I think, thorough outline of what we've put forward so far in terms of our discussions on supports for individuals that will receive compensation through this agreement. What I think I'll do is I'll just give a little bit more context in terms of the existing network of service providers, if that can be helpful. I was at the Assembly of First Nations when the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement was negotiated by National Chief Phil Fontaine at that time. And, the landscape of what existed in terms of mental health and cultural support services, like what was funded at the time, was very, very small. Communities, First Nations communities had brighter futures, building healthy communities. You might remember that. And a little bit of mental health counseling support through non-insured, but it was very, very limited. It was like crisis and a very small number of sessions. So the Indian Residential School Resolution Health Support Program was really the first comprehensive program that existed that also recognized traditional healing and supports for people to access those services through transportation. And it wasn't status-based, right? So it was based on eligibility with respect to the agreement, and it included family members. But all that being said, there was a lot of lessons learned in terms of the rollout of that program, and Aideen Nabagon, who worked on that initiative all those years ago as well. And I was working with her when I was at the Assembly of First Nations on it. We'll speak to that, so I won't go through it. But just to say that it was a slow ramp up, in terms of the implementation. And at first, there were a lot of limitations to the access to the program, and then it became more flexible over time. So there's lots to learn. And I would say since then, we have mental wellness teams, right, that are hosted, like, for example, by MKO, by tribal councils. In some cases, they're hosted directly by communities. The non-insured health benefits mental health counseling benefit has expanded. It's not crisis only anymore. It's more flexible in terms of the number of sessions. We've also had experience with missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, where initially the health supports were more limited to like when people would attend events. And then our department was able to access expanded supports so that they would be more flexible. Same thing with day school survivors, where initially there was a lot of criticism around the lack of supports that were available to day school survivors. It was mainly focused on when people went for form filling events, right? And then that doesn't mean they had any support when they went home. So we were able to also broaden access to those supports through building on the service providers of the Indian Residential School Health Support Program, but also new First Nations service providers, because for example, in my community, there would be like day school survivors that were not residential school survivors. So that means that they wouldn't have been an existing service support network for day school survivors in place to draw from. So we have to absolutely build up First Nations service providers in those different contexts. And then on the land initiatives. So, I was really privileged to have an opportunity to work with Nan on the negotiations of the Choose Life initiative. And looking at the video now, you can see that it's incredibly important to be very flexible with respect to how to reach kids. An appointment at a psychologist's office, that's not going to do it. So you really do have to offer a lot of different opportunities for people to seek help and to sustain that help over time, to feel supported, so that it's not, a one-time thing. It's something that they can feel connected to and that they can draw from as their needs evolve, as they grow. We're expecting that at least 50% of the class members, will be children, youth, or very young adults. So it is a very different demographic than what we've seen with 60 Scoop, with day school survivors, with Indian residential school survivors. So we want to build a First Nations-led network process like what currently exists, but also recognize that we still need to have a focus on supports that will be very specific for children and youth and young adults. And I'm just thinking about initiatives like Nan Hope, for example, that was put together during the COVID pandemic. How do we build on those networks so that they are there in place? So how can we support their increase, because they have served a number of families, a number of individuals already, and have a knowledge of the community and those needs, and are also able to speak the language, which is extremely important. Stephanie mentioned the Hope for Wellness line, which has been in place now for several years. We've seen a 400% increase in people accessing that line since it was put in place. And we included now a chat function, a text function, and youth actually use that function more than they would calling in. So it's also because it offers sort of a different sense of flexibility. Like not everybody has a space where they can have a phone conversation without somebody hearing them, depending on where they're living or where they're situated. So it offers more anonymity for them in terms of their ability to access that support. I think Stephanie, as she mentioned, so really the First Nations Mental Wellness Continuum Framework, which was developed by First Nations several years ago and has certainly been, endorsed by the federal government. The federal government is very supportive of the First Nations Mental Wellness Continuum Framework implementation. We're using that as a foundation, building on the First Nations-led existing network of supports, looking at that multi-level access from community to tribal council to nation, in some cases to PTO. When you look at the Federation, the FSIN's initiative around youth empowerment, for example, that is already now building and in place, right? How do we support youth life promotion through this effort? And then just wanted to conclude by just underlining what Stephanie said about workforce development. I remember, years ago I was managing the Ontario Regional Office of the First Nations Inuit Health Branch, and the Indian Residential School Health Support Program didn't have any service providers north of Thunder Bay. And then, Treaty 3 stepped in, Nan stepped in, and now there is a network of service providers, but I still see some of those same folks that are delivering the services that were delivering the services 20 years ago. So eventually those folks may retire. we need to ensure that we have new First Nations providers, mental health counselors, cultural support workers, elders and knowledge keepers are tired. They are being sought after a lot with respect to supports. And I think, we really do need to find a mechanism for them to have time and space to train and to support new service providers that will come forward for those 20 years that Stephanie mentioned. So we've got to plan ahead for that sustainability of the services that are currently in place. So essentially, this is the framework, but I would say that it's going to be really important to work with all of you and the organizations and the communities on the implementation. Because I think that that's where the rubber will hit the road. And we have regional processes, we have partnership tables with NAN, with MKO, First Nations in BC, with FSIN. Like, we have all of these partnership tables that currently exist, and we can work together on the details around the implementation. So that's it. Merci beaucoup, Walalia.
Hello. Thank you all. I'm just going to ask that you guys, I think, stay up here because we're going to give a chance for questions after, but we do have one more presenter that's online, and it's Aideen Nabigan. Do we have it figured out, Tony? Sweet. Aideen.
Hi there. Good morning or good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Why can't we see her?
Okay, great. Thank you to Tony for helping me with some technical issues earlier. I'm speaking to you from Ottawa on the unceded Algonquin Anishinaabe territory. And I just want to apologize that I can't be there in the room. I had a bit of a scheduling conflict, and we're also still dealing with some COVID issues, including with my little granddaughter, who's not quite old enough to be fully vaccinated. But I'm very happy to be here virtually. So I've been asked to speak about our experiences in implementing the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement, specifically with regard to lump sum payments and some of the challenges and lessons we've learned. I'm sure many of you are familiar with that agreement, which at the time was the largest class action settlement in Canadian history. But for those who aren't, I'll just give a little bit of background. So the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement was negotiated by lawyers representing former students, the Assembly of First Nations, the Government of Canada, and the churches that ran the schools on behalf of the government. It was signed in 2006, and implementation began on September 19th, 2007. Its objective was to bring a fair and lasting resolution to the legacy of residential schools. The components of the settlement agreement were the common experience payment that provided a lump sum payment to former students where the government was jointly or solely responsible for the operation of the residences, $10,000 for the first year and $3,000 for every year thereafter. The average common experience payment was approximately $20,000. The second lump sum payment was the independent assessment process, or IAP, which addressed claims of sexual, physical, and other serious abuses that occurred while attending residential school. The average IAP process or payment was approximately $91,000. In total, over $4.8 billion was paid through the two compensation processes. The agreement also established the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and health supports, which included funding for the Aboriginal Healing Foundation, the Resolution Health Support Program administered by Health Canada, which Valerie and Stephanie, I think was the name of the previous speaker, addressed, and a crisis line. And unfortunately, while survivors would have access to the Resolution Health Support Program throughout, funding for the AHF was not extended, and it wound down its projects and eventually closed its doors in 2014. And finally, a $20 million commemoration fund was allocated for projects to support regional and national activities that honored, educated, remembered, and paid tribute to survivors, their families, and their communities. Other lump sum payments that were made to survivors before the settlement agreement was signed were through lawsuits against the Government of Canada and the churches, and the alternate dispute resolution process, which was administered by the Government of Canada. Also, in anticipation of the settlement agreement being approved, advance payments were provided in the amount of $8,000 for survivors over the age of 65. So by the time implementation of the agreement started, there was already a little bit of experience in delivering lump sum payments to survivors. It was estimated there were approximately 80,000 survivors living at the time the settlement agreement was negotiated, and the average age was around 60. Some Indigenous communities raised concerns about the possible negative impacts of huge sums of money coming into communities that might not be prepared for them. Some of the concerns included lateral violence and elder abuse, exploitation by family members, exploitation by salespeople, triggered memories of residential schools, increased suicides, increased accidental deaths, an increase in self-destructive behaviors, including addictions, and homeless people who may not have addresses or bank accounts. There were also problems with inadequate or unethical legal counsel, especially with regard to the IAP. There were reports of survivors showing up for IAP hearings where they would meet their lawyer for the first time and therefore had little time to prepare for what were often very difficult testimonies. There were complaints of lawyers overcharging fees, charging unnecessary taxes, advancing loans against payments for which they charged high interest rates, and using the settlement money to pay off legal fees owed by survivors for matters unrelated to the settlement agreement. In a 2020 report by the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation, survivors reported having to do their own research on records, even though they understood this to be their lawyer's job. Others talked about legal counsel losing their files and having little or no cultural competence or knowledge of residential schools. So as a result of these concerns, we set up a working group called the Community Impacts Working Group, which was co-chaired by Indian Resolution Schools Resolution Canada and the Aboriginal Healing Foundation. And the concerns raised by communities were shared by the service providers who formed this working group. Participants in the working group included all levels of government, national Indigenous organizations, Indigenous communities, grassroots service providers such as the National Native Alcohol and Drug Abuse Program, and policing organizations, including the RCMP. We also had representatives from the banking and financial sectors who were interested in finding ways to help survivors with investment opportunities and wills and estates. Again, the purpose of the working group was to share strategies and information and to help ensure that communities were as prepared as possible for the influx of money. It was not to tell survivors how to spend the money. Some other supports, there were several helplines that were set up and administered by Service Canada to help survivors complete their applications and get updates on the applications. The Advocacy and Public Information Program was funded by INAC outside the settlement agreement. The main objective was to share information with families and communities about the settlement agreement and try to ensure that they had access to all elements of it. It was administered through contribution agreements, mainly with Indigenous and grassroots organizations. Service Canada and the Aboriginal Healing Foundation also provided assistance with filling out application forms, which many survivors found helpful. In some cases, sessions were held right in the community to assist with this. Some of the older survivors also had family members help them with the application forms. However, regardless of whether they were helped in the process of filling out the application forms, many survivors said they found it difficult to do because of the memories it brought up. Studies on the impacts of lump sum payments were done both before and after implementation of the settlement agreement. One such report was called the Lump Sum Compensation Payments Research Project, The Circle Rechecks Itself. It was carried out in 2007 by Madeline Dion Stout and Rick Harp for the Aboriginal Healing Foundation in anticipation of the large payments. The study looked at the impacts of past payments on survivors and their families and communities. One of the findings of this report was that very little research had actually been done on the impacts of individuals on lump sum payments. Another finding was that while participants in the study reported positive use of the payments, there were also many negative impacts, some of which I've already mentioned, such as drug and alcohol abuse and people trying to take advantage of recipients. The Dion Stout study laid out a comprehensive intervention framework for lump sum payments that included 4 strategic principles. First, survivors' rights and autonomy are central. Second, survivors are their own best resource and should be included in every step of preparation. 3, families should also be included. And the 4th principle was that the community should be fully involved in the development of policy and programming. The Dion Stout study also made 26 recommendations for helping with the delivery of lump sum payments, but prioritized the following 6. 1, be prepared through the development of crisis response plans. 2, launch public service advertising campaigns using a variety of media outlets to promote the positive impacts of lump sum payments and to decrease the negative effects. 3, safeguard the well-being of at-risk groups through banking and purchasing options for elders, women, youth, street people, and the infirm to avoid scams and fraud. 4, support survivors with initiatives for saving, investing, and pooling lump sum payments through counseling and training. 5, identify and dedicate community survivor coordinators who can bring people together to help meet the needs of survivors by ensuring information sharing, service provision, and programming. And 6, address the call for a formal apology to recognize the legacy of residential schools, which Prime Minister Harper did on June 11, 2008. A study led by researcher Gwen Reimer in 2010 for the Aboriginal Healing Foundation looked specifically at the impacts of the Common Experience payment. This study found that many survivors felt the process itself to be difficult and that it triggered memories of residential schools. Many felt it was confusing and difficult to get answers through the 1-800 lines, and that the wait times between applying for and receiving payments were often long and stressful. It also reported that communications were insufficient and confusing. The Reimer report also highlighted some of the barriers to accessing services and supports, including a lack of trust in services or the perception that local service providers were unqualified. There was a lack of Indigenous service providers, or services were not provided in Indigenous languages. Logistical barriers such as unavailable or poor transportation, confidentiality, and anonymity were barriers for some when seeking treatment locally. Some survivors were disappointed that AHF-funded programs didn't always work with addiction treatment programs to integrate residential school counseling. There were feelings that those delivering the programs weren't always educated on residential schools. Survivors pointed to a lack of traditional wellness practices such as healing circles or programs on the land in the counseling programs. And homelessness was another barrier, such as homeless survivors either did not receive information about services, could not afford to get to those services, or an addicted lifestyle precluded their participation. Some lessons learned, and Valerie mentioned that there were many, and that the programs were good about trying to keep up and adjust, and but on the other hand, the 2010 Reimer study found that in general, survivors were distrustful of government services or unaware of them during implementation of the agreement. On the other hand, survivors have talked about the helpfulness of Aboriginal Healing Foundation programs, especially since they were community-based, focused on residential schools trauma, had Indigenous staff running them, and often used traditional practices and culture. The AHF services were also less restrictive than the Government of Canada's. For example, many programs included the entire community, not just those who were eligible for the settlement agreement programs. The Resolution Health Support Program had community-led, culturally appropriate services, and later evaluations showed that those services were accessed more than the psychologists that were available. It also incorporated elders and traditional healers as part of those services. One of the things that was very important, but also a challenge throughout implementation of this large and complex agreement, was communications. Although there were several communications and outreach initiatives, survivors still reported that they found communications lacking or confusing. And some of the things complicating communications were the fact that we didn't know where every survivor lived. And long after deadlines had passed, we continued to hear that some survivors had missed them. We even heard that some survivors had not even heard of the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement was lengthy and complex and drafted by lawyers. Despite the efforts to boil it down into non-legal and comprehensible language, it could be confusing. Many survivors lived in remote communities that could be difficult to reach. Some survivors were elderly. Not all survivors spoke English or French, and the ongoing distrust of government was sometimes problematic. The settlement agreement also included a notice plan, the purpose of which was to ensure that survivors were aware of the settlement agreement and of things like deadlines to apply for the common experience payment and the independent assessment process. The Government of Canada, led by INAC, Health Canada, and Service Canada, conducted extensive community outreach prior to and during implementation to help inform survivors and communities about the settlement agreement and answer their questions. The AFN and other organizations also carried out extensive outreach. So there were many efforts to communicate early and often. In conclusion, I would just stress that one of the biggest lessons learned from implementing the Indian residential school settlement is that you can't over-communicate. It was a big, complex agreement written by lawyers, and it was important to try and make it as clear as we could while keeping in mind we were addressing an audience that was widely scattered throughout the country, often in remote communities, whose first languages were different and who had been badly traumatized as children. The message had to be clear and accurate and stem from a single source. This will be even more of a challenge in the age of social media and increased misinformation. It's important to include the recipients of the funding and their families and communities in strategies, policies, and service delivery mechanisms at every phase. No one knows better than them what will likely work and what won't. And unlike when we were preparing for the Indian residential school settlement, there are now many Indigenous communities that have dealt with the influx of lump sum payments and can provide advice and guidance and lessons learned. Compensation payments have to be part of a broader support package, including health supports, commemoration, and a formal apology. And finally, processes should be put in place to mitigate against and address lawyer misconduct independent of or in conjunction with law societies to remove this burden from claimants. Thank you.
So we're just going to toss it back to everyone else. Does anyone have any questions for the panel that was up there today? Oh, one sec, I'll bring you a mic.
She wants me to walk around and do a little dance. Good morning to everybody. Thanks so much for the prayer. And I also want to thank the organizers for putting this on. To the panel that's up on stage, there's just a couple of questions I have, and that's in relation to the compensation. One of the things we heard, and I was told that those individuals that were apprehended at the community level by their own agency are not entitled to compensation. So that's one question. The second question I have as well was around the way the funding amounts was arrived at for the prevention funding. Initially, when the first go around came, in terms of how much could First Nations expect as part of the prevention increases. We were told that they were going to use the fiscal year 2019 and 2020. At that time, the Montreal Lake Cree Nation, which I am the director for the Child and Family Agency, spent $11 million total, which included prevention as part of the funding. This was during a period when the government made a comment that said unlimited funding for prevention. So we went hog wild. We spent a lot of money and we got reimbursed for it. So that year, 1920, would have been useful for us today, because right now we've had to lay off staff. We've had to cut off programs because our base amount now is 2.9 million. And when you look at changing the dates to 2020, 2021, that's how much different that decision made on the Montreal Lake Cree Nation. The other issue that we had with that was that there seems to be a competition now between the band and the agency. And I know this was never planned for. And however, what happened was, for example, Montreal Lake receives $7 million for prevention and the band representative services, while the agency who looks after the entire communities receives 2.9 million. That creates huge problems for the Montreal Lake Child and Family Agency, who was up to this point providing all the services. Now, we don't know what our role is as an agency when it comes to prevention, because the band received all this extra funding and they're not even sure what they're going to do with it at this time. And so there should have been a way to clarify the situation before the money was rolled out. And I think most agencies are running into this at this time. So there might have to be a review of it. I'm not blaming anybody for it. I just relaying this is a concern for us. The other comment I will make, and it'll be my final comment, when you look at the mental health stuff that's happening in our communities, we talk about residential schools, the impact of residential schools, all the compensation that most people either got or didn't get. One of the biggest issues that is now facing the Montreal Lake Cree Nation, and I dare say most First Nations communities in this country. Vice Chief Pratt indicated that they want to deal with governments on this issue, but I want to ensure that there are people within that are more influential than I am that can take this forward. That whole issue is going to impact everyone. And that is the crystal meth epidemic that is happening all over this country, not only in First Nations communities, but it's all over. So what are we going to do with that? How do we address it? Who's going to address it? And I guess when you look at programming down the road, what kind of programs are going to be offered to address that? Because the current NADAP programs do not work. When you have an alcohol, drug, or alcohol prevention program or treatment program, there was a study done several years ago that indicated very clearly that the NADAP program does not work. The treatment facilities, there was only a 5% success rate in all of Canada. Maybe it's high time we look at it and reconfigure it to make sure that it does have more impact, to make sure that more people get well. I'm not blaming any workers or any treatment directors or anybody. The fact remains something has got to change. We can't just run the program just to run it, to keep people employed. I think we need to show there is success in the things that we do. And so I ask government to look at how do we change that? How do we include the drug addiction issue, the epidemic that we're facing in all our communities? Because if we don't do that, you know, child welfare agencies will have no children to work with. I mean, yeah, that's a long-term goal, but do you have to bury your young people year after year, month after month before we do something? I think we have to do something now. So thank you very much.
You want a mic? Oh, sure.
Yeah, thank you very much for those questions. I'll try to answer a couple of them. I know my colleague from Canada wants to answer one. With respect to the children on reserve who is entitled to compensation. So it's part of the compensation order by the tribunal, and it's the nature of the claims process, the statement of claims. Essentially, all those children that were apprehended, and the federal government has provided funding for that apprehension under the First Nation Child and Family Services Program, they would be entitled to compensation. So if they were apprehended by a First Nation Child Welfare Agency, they're living in their communities, and Canada was paying for that type of service, those children would be entitled to compensation. The only people that may be left out of this process, and there's another class action for that, are those individuals who were apprehended by a provincial agency and living off reserve. So those people may not be entitled to compensation under this process, but they would be entitled to compensation under a different class action that's already up and running. They're seeking certification for that. So those children that were living off reserve and apprehended by a provincial agency, essentially, they were not subject to the First Nation Child and Family Services Program. That perverse incentive that I talked about earlier didn't apply to those children. So that's the reason why they're not included in this, because they weren't part of the overall discrimination by the federal government. They were obviously subject to provincial discrimination, but that's a different legal issue. On the second issue, with respect to the prevention, there's a couple of things, and this is all very complicated and it's sort of interrelated. I will let my colleague from Canada speak about how the amounts were developed. But when it came to prevention, first of all, many communities across Canada did not get prevention funding. They were still operating under the old Directive 20-1. So they weren't getting prevention funding. What we've done through our process in going to the tribunal is arguing for a nationwide application of the program. The band representatives that you spoke of, that was only available in Ontario. In our negotiations with Canada, in our discussions, we're looking at how can we make this more broader. And essentially we're looking at if something's available in one province, why isn't it available in other provinces? And Canada agreed that, you know, we should have a national program. So a lot of the issues that you're talking about with respect to prevention, the way it's rolling out now, the band representative program, prevention is divided. That's all part of one of the interim orders I spoke to. It's not a final order. We are still discussing long-term reform, and this is what this is part of. It's not part of the compensation part, but it's part of long-term reform. We're discussing those issues, but right now, when it came to this year's funding, it was evident that Canada had the ability to start funding some services, and we approached Canada, and it was AFN that recommended this. to suggest that, Canada can start funding some things like prevention, the band representatives, post-majority care, those types of issues. Now, why do we need to wait to a final settlement agreement, which may come later this year, maybe next fiscal year, depending on how long discussions take? Why can't we do this now? So Canada agreed, and we went to the tribunal, got an interim order for Canada to start providing funding for that. So it's being funded on an interim basis right now. We're hopefully, depending on how discussions go, negotiations, it'll be part of the long-term reform package. But getting into the why, right now, First Nation child welfare agencies have a direct reporting relationship to Canada. Canada is the one that funds them, reimburses for all their services. And as a result of that, in some First Nation communities, there's very good relationships between the agency and the First Nation governments. But there are other parts of Canada where the agency's relationship with First Nations is non-existent. The agencies are running their affairs, not talking to the First Nations, and not providing services that First Nations want. So what we're looking at also is addressing the accountability mechanisms. If First Nation child welfare agencies are providing services on behalf of First Nation governments, they should be accountable to those First Nation governments. And really, the prevention, the way it's being divided right now, it's open to the First Nation and the agency to negotiate, talk to each other, and talk about which services can be provided by the agencies, what services can be provided by the First Nations, and come to some agreement on that. There's that flexibility in the model for that to happen. For us, it doesn't make sense that the agency gets all the prevention money because, for instance, if somebody is in risk, if a child is in risk of coming into care because they're not getting enough food, it doesn't make sense for a child welfare agency to open a file on that family, provide prevention money to buy food stamps for that child, and there's this record of a child being in need, as opposed to, can that service be offered by a First Nation, by the welfare office? Welfare office provides that food stamps to the child and the family, and there is no child welfare agency file opened on that family. So there are those complex issues that we're looking at and we're getting advice on by social workers, by program operators. And when it comes to prevention, it is a very, very difficult issue because many First Nation communities haven't been able to offer those services for the longest time. So what we're trying to do is ensure that the flexibility is there, that prevention can actually speak to the needs of First Nation communities, the needs of families. In some communities, mental health issues may be more prevalent than other communities. So it's looking at developing that flexibility for First Nations to work with agencies and to come up with a more comprehensive plan. Also, when it comes to issues and you look at the prevention, but how that links to other areas like Jordan's Principle, is it better for a First Nation to operate with all its agencies, whether it's a child welfare agency, the education authority, the health authority, and developing robust programs that can really meet the needs of all First Nation children in that community and families? And that's sort of the framework and the tools that we're looking at developing. So it's not really a agency versus First Nation type of thing. There is a broader picture, and there has to be an evolution in the way services are provided to First Nation children and family. And that's where we're working with Canada and PTOs and First Nations and agencies on to ensure that that robust programming can be developed and implemented in all First Nation communities.
It's hard to follow Stuart. That was great, Stuart. So I'll just explain the 1920-2021 difference quickly, and then I'll speak to the crystal meth area as well. So the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy was contracted by AFN, but it was an agreement among the parties. Diane is like our coach here. She's coaching us. So they were contracted to do a study on what a new funding methodology could look like for the program. In that context, they looked at 2019, 2020 spending information, right, in order to develop that report, because that's what was available at the time. But when we agreed to have an interim order with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal to start to put money out there new money out there in terms of long-term reform, we did use the 2020-21 spending to look at the average per capita prevention money that agencies had accessed to make sure that agencies would not get less than that amount. And then what was an additional to that to reach the 2,500 per capita allocation per population member served would be distributed to communities on the basis of their population, on the basis of the population that the agency served. I know it's complicated, but we will be looking at 2021-22 numbers when those are available, and we will make further adjustments to the agency budgets on the basis of their 2021-22 amounts. Also, this is only one part of the methodology. Once we complete a final settlement agreement on long-term reform, there are other funds that will be made available at that time to support other aspects of the long-term reform, not just prevention, protection, like the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy report, which is public. This was public information, includes additional amounts for remoteness, for IT and governance capacity, for emergency services. So there will be more resources that will be available. And there is also a third phase to the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy research that is underway now, that is looking at specific modeling and testing of the methodology. So you talked about a review. So it's happening now, so that if there are areas where the methodology is not fully responsive or there are things that weren't foreseen, that the parties have to consider the findings of that phase 3 and look at a transition plan to make further adjustments. Also, with respect to the National Assembly of Remote Communities, and tomorrow is the day where people will learn about the remoteness quotient work that Anishinaabe Nation began, but is being shared with other communities to really look at the impact of remoteness more fully in terms of the delivery of those services. So this was an interim measure, as Stuart noted, but it is not the end of the process. And there is a lot of work that is happening now and is going to continue over the coming months so that we are ready to implement the full long-term reform. And I would just note that around crystal meth, so there is flexibility now under NADAP to address drug addiction, substance use addiction beyond alcohol. There has been, and many regions and treatment centers have transitioned towards providing services that are much broader and include concurrent disorders. So I think that, if not every region has proceeded in that same way, or as quickly in terms of, I would say, transforming the services, but there isn't a barrier in terms of the program itself or the funding or anything to be able to do that. And I know that FSIN is interested in bringing some senior federal department representatives together to also look at the crystal meth crisis specifically in Saskatchewan, which has been happening now for, way over 10 years. And, I think it is a very difficult issue to tackle, but there are ways through harm reduction in community settings where you can look at, and I know that there was the Know Your Status initiative, for example, in Saskatchewan, as an example of an initiative that looked at, the link between infectious disease prevention and harm reduction measures such as Suboxone in communities. So there are things that can be looked at in communities or at a tribal council level or in a treatment center context to be more responsive to the current crisis that you're facing.
Thank you. Next question is we're going to take just 2 more questions right now, and then we're going to break for lunch. And then the panelists are going to be back up this afternoon. So it'll give other people an opportunity to ask questions. So write them down. Robin.
Hi, I'm Robin Bunting. I'm from Ontario. I work with an agency, Tikanagan Child and Family Services. I'm a Nagantchikawan project manager over there. We service 30 First Nations in the northwestern Ontario. I'm originally from northeastern Ontario, which is where it's Constance Lake. I have a few questions, and I'm going to sound silly. You may have already answered it, but I'm just going to ask it anyway because otherwise it's just going to bother me. So we already have a lack of mental health resources in our reserves, right? If you go into northwestern Ontario, you're not going to find mental health workers or counselors, psychologists. You're not even going to find it when you go to North Bay. I think when I was down in northeastern Ontario, there was a psychologist that look after, I think from Thunder Bay to North Bay, one psychologist. So it's going to be hard. So my question for that, and we're already like with the Choose Life program that we have in Ontario, we still have an increase in suicides. And although the program works well, wonderful, in regards to keeping the children connected to the land, we still lack that mental health component. My question about that is, like, I heard you say that you were going to build capacity, pass on those teachings and those learnings from the knowledge keepers and community cultural based practitioners, and that's good. I just wonder how and when, and because it's when the compensation payouts begin. Okay, so that's one question. The other question is going to be connected to that. I'm not even going to read my book. I wrote a big long question now, but just like with the residential, the IRS payouts, the day school payouts, and now with the child welfare payouts, child welfare workers are trained to handle the sad stories from the children, their lived experiences, their traumas. We're trained to do that, right? I can't remember who it was, Stephanie, I believe it was Stephanie, that talked about the community-based service coordinators that are going to help provide those supports to help with the application process. My question is, like, I'm worried about that, because if I'm not a coordinator, if I'm not, like, say I'm just fresh out of school or whatever, I don't have the experience and the training and the capacity to help my people. Listening to those stories, like, say, because if we're in a First Nation, 1,500 people, one person to do all that work, it's going to be hard. So I think we're going to need a team. We're going to need a team of supports just to help with that application process, because we learned from those past payouts, right? The past compensation, like that day school and the IRS, it didn't work. We didn't have nobody on the ground, so we're going to need a team for that. That's one. The other question. The other one was, so child welfare agencies. Okay, so what supports will be in place for these child welfare agencies to gather that information needed? Because we don't want survivors, we don't want children coming and looking around, digging around, hunting for information, right? For the application. We don't want this. So I'm just wondering what supports will be in place for agencies to help the process be smooth. We want to help our people, right? And make sure that they get access to the information. Well, and if it's not the agencies doing it, like the First Nations are going to need someone to help them. So I just want to make sure that I don't know if there's somebody or if there's talks of that. I just need an update on that one. Thank you.
Maybe I can talk to the workforce issue. That's okay. And then I don't know, Diane, if you want to take the information issue or I can, whatever. So thank you for that. So absolutely, like there's been a lot more mental health funding that's provided, but the workforce is the issue, like as well. You know, people have been dealing with a lot throughout the pandemic with unmarked burial sites. We've seen a huge increase in requests for mental health support, and there aren't enough mental health providers. We are going to have to work quickly with partners in terms of like colleges, the First People's Wellness Circle, the Thunderbird Partnership Foundation. Like we have to find mechanisms to train individuals for surge capacity. And it's a problem across Canada, right? Like it's a huge issue. Children's mental health wait times, even in a large city in Ontario, is months and months and months. So, you know, you're correct, right? Like it's a huge gap area. And I think that what we're committed to doing is doing everything we possibly can to support communities to be able to identify more providers. On the team of supports or people, so that's, you know, that's correct. Like we need to have a coordinated approach, I would say, so that like we try to offer you know, like what you say is a single window model for people to access information as much as possible, or can connect people to the right people. So that people aren't confused. I go here for this, I go there for that. Like, I think the mental wellness team model was designed for that. It was so that people would have a team that could then refer them to other supports as they needed. So it's that kind of a team approach, I think, that will be successful here in terms of making the process more supportive than what we've seen in previous class actions. And then finally, I'll just say in terms of the supports for agencies. So our department is right now pulling all of the information that it has available on individuals that would be eligible under the removed children, to try to alleviate the need for people to go out and search for their own records, right? So we're trying to draw from information that already exists. We know that there will be gaps though, and so that people will need some support. But right now we're doing an analysis of what those gaps will look like so that we have a better sense of trying to kind of, I would say, refer people to where they will need to draw from other records that we don't have in place. But our department is trying to leverage what already exists to make it easier for people. And then I would just, I think there was another point that I wanted to make, and unfortunately I've lost my train of thought, but I don't know, Diane, if you wanted to add anything around the.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And it's been a question that we've heard from the Assembly of First Nations as we've gone across the country. When we started this case and when we worked on the compensation framework under the CHRT process, and talking about lessons learned, is we didn't want to replicate the problems of the application process, that you need lawyers, that you need social workers, that you need a whole team of people to support the claimants. With respect to the child welfare aspect and the removed child class, the AFN's approach at the negotiation table has been, we should be able to pre-fill the forms ourselves just based on the data from ISK. And that is our intention. So the majority of it will all be done by us based on data that we have from ISK. There may be gaps, and we're going to know that before we conclude the final settlement agreement and go to the courts. So we will update from there. So it's a really good question. Stuart had mentioned that earlier. It's not really what we were asked to respond to today. But like I said, because we can't talk about the final settlement agreement, but I can tell you that it's been AFN's position all along that this is a real problem. And I think some people had mentioned, and the last speaker talked about, one of the big problems in past compensation claims processes was lawyers behaving badly. And so it was really driven home to us by the First Nation leadership. Do everything you can to advocate for a simple claims process that doesn't risk the traumatization. And we're going to continue to try and advocate for that. Good question.
Miigwech, we have one more just before break because Mike's going to leave this afternoon. So Mike, would you ask a question? And then we'll break for lunch.
Okay. Good morning, Wachik. Before I ask my question, I just want to thank everybody, or thank the coordinators for this event. I guess it's a long time coming, and having been here yesterday and listening to the stories, I just want to thank everybody. Thank all of you for sharing your stories, and it brings us closer, and we should do it more often. We should have these circles more often. My comments or my question, it's coming from two sides, or from being not informed. I guess you kind of answered the first question just now. I wanted to know about the agreement, or try to understand what's this agreement you're talking about. Sitting here with our packages, we don't have any information, and I've been trying to piece this discussion together and trying to understand how this all fits. So, but as I listened again, now I'm finding out that there's a distinction with on reserve and off reserve. So I guess how will that be defined? Who will define that? As I said yesterday, I moved to an urban city back in 2006, and since then I've been finding myself pounding on the door of the First Nation saying, "Hey, excuse me, let me back in, include me in your programming or whatever." It's a sad lesson or a sad reality to go through when once you leave the community, you're kind of excluded from everything that goes on within the community. The reason why I say all this is we've been involved in childcare or looking after our grandchildren for the last going on 6 years now. And it's been a struggle. It's been a challenge. It's a never-ending battle with the agency. When the Bad and Rep program became available, it was a sigh of relief, fresh air. Finally, I could at least relax a bit. But I'm still not at that point because the transition is taking a bit longer than anticipated, I guess. The transitional work or the transition for the band reps to be fully engaged, fully involved. There still needs to be a lot of discussion on that, or some more planning, or some more finalizing and coming up with an understanding, I guess, or strategies. Like I'm speaking for my grandchildren, I try to make sure that well, the parents have fallen and failed, and we're the ones looking after them. And these discussions kind of fit in the picture, but now they seem to have been pulled away from the picture because the fact that we're now considered off reserve. So I just want to know if there's how will that be defined? And lastly, I just want to say, like I said, I come from not being too informed about this, and we have a lot of families who live in well, like the city of Timmins. We have a lot of families that have lived there since going back as far as 1980 or even way back. They've lived there, and some of those younger families have had their children removed, and that's from the agency.
I'm gonna say.
So, just one final question: how far back does this agreement go back, and how far back? How far up to today? Like, is it? Where does it? Is it November 2021 or January 2022 or what? Can I get an idea? You guys.
Thank you for the question. I can try to answer a couple aspects of it. The on reserve, off reserve, and who will define this? There's two components of this. For compensation, we're still working on the details of that, but we recognize that, you know, if it's First Nation Child Family Service Agency that's involved in this, the child will most likely be covered in its this settlement, regardless if they were on or off reserve. One of the defining features, of course, is, you know, did Canada pay for the services under their First Nation Child and Family Services program? If they did, they will likely be in the agreement itself. I can't say for 100% because we're still discussing these things, but that's essentially it. But when it comes to long-term reform, the reform packages, and you talked about, you know, struggles you're having with taking care of your grandkids and you know, the agencies, really that's part of the long-term reform package as well. And we are looking at ways to ensure that there is flexibility in the programs to provide assistance to families that are dealing with these child welfare needs. So there is that flexibility. So for instance, like right now, there's a lot of money set aside for prevention. So like big pot of money for prevention, not for prevention, for maintenance, apprehending children. And there's a pot of money for prevention. Once prevention starts flowing through communities and more communities are offering prevention services, that should result in the maintenance or the apprehensions going down. And we're trying to build flexibility in the program so that that money doesn't disappear. If there's less money being used for apprehending children, that money can be used and transferred over to the prevention side. So over time, prevention money should start growing. So prevention money is really the flexibility that many families need. It's providing those services that children and families require. And it might be education needs, food, clothing, anything related to the poverty drivers that are driving kids into care. All of that should be addressed by prevention. So there is this inverse type of scenario going on that we're trying to ensure that First Nations have the flexibility, that they will not lose funding in the future, and that various placement options are available that could be funded by a First Nation or a First Nation agency. So that's the kind of flexibility we're looking at. As far as how far does this go back? On the compensation side, under the CHRT process, it goes back to 2007. However, in the class action processes, it goes back to April 1st, 1991.
And just one more thing. Like I said, this is a settlement privileged state of the final settlement agreement for compensation. And you're talking specifically for child welfare. This will become very public. There will be many details and many of your questions are intended to be answered. So everything is going to be communicated from the Assembly of First Nations and disseminated across the country. There will be a communications plan that we work with the Mushum Group in Canada. So we will be in a position to answer every single one of your questions very soon.
Okay, well, Jessica's asked me to give you a quick thank you for your wonderful work as a panel, and I'm hoping Aideen can hear me out there in Zoom land. I just want to say, Stephanie, Diane, Stuart, Valerie, Aideen, way back in December, Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse addressed the AFN Assembly and said he had a vision of these issues being discussed in an open and transparent way to allow communities to express their concerns and for you to share your knowledge and attempt to all problem solve together. And I certainly can say from the perspective of one of the folks helping that you really have realized that. So on behalf of the National Assembly of Remote Communities, I want to thank all of you panel members and wish everybody a very good lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian, and thank you, panelists. So lunch is out there. I've been told we only have 30 minutes, but I think that's impossible. So let's do what we can do. And we'll be back with Miigwech. And we'll be back. We're supposed to reconvene at 12:45, but we'll just see what happens with that. So enjoy lunch. Oh, and the food has been blessed by Elder Ron Beardy this afternoon, right? Okay, Miigwech. Obviously, elders first.
so here. Excellent. Does it show up there? It's not right here. Thank you. We're not online yet, right? We're not being put online yet. Test. So, for my campaign, KFC is supporting me once a
know some of you are still eating, but for the sake of time, we're gonna get going. So this next presentation is a continuance from this morning. And we have Yvonne Rigsby Jones, who's gonna come up and she has a few slides and talk. So miigwech, Yvonne. What works best for you? So do you need your slides up here?
Yes, please.
One sec.
Sorry, I only have a few. but-
Yeah, that's okay. Can we put her slides up here too, so she could see them?
Oh, I can bring my iPad. on. Oh, I know,
Oh,
there they are.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Miigwech.
I'm good. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Cool. Good afternoon. I'd like to acknowledge the ancestors and the people of Treaty 6. I feel really honored and privileged to be a guest here on the territory. My name is Yvonne Rigsby Jones. I'm the daughter of the late and elder Isabel White Simpson, the daughter of Isabel Wise White, daughter of Jenny Wise. They were all strong Snuneymuxw women, coast sailors from Vancouver Island. My dad was Dave Simpson, first generation born in this country. No. Yeah, his parents came from, I'm sorry, gotta catch my breath. His parents came from England on a ship. So I'm a mixed blessing. And there's some gifts that come with walking in two worlds that I've learned to appreciate. And I'm a grandma, a great grandma recently, and a mom, a wife, a sister, a friend. And I'm really quite pleased to be here with you today. And I worked for many, many years in the addictions field. Kind of wonder what brought me here. And I worked alongside of Aideen Nabagon during negotiations for the settlement agreement, along with wonderful people like Chief Robert Joseph and many survivors. My husband is a survivor of Alberni Residential School. He was one of the plaintiffs in the first criminal trial of a dorm supervisor in Canada. To survivors in the room, your miracles. I know and love many survivors, and I raise my hands to you for being able to get up and put your feet one in front of each other every day. My husband and I were talking, we were driving along last week, and he says, you know, all the healing I've done and all the work I do, he's a very cultural, traditional man. He works as a cultural support worker. These days, he's also a trained trauma counselor, retired. He says, and these ghosts still bite me sometimes. And he says, I guess that's just my life. And he's a very amazing guy. So I just acknowledge each of you in the room. And so I was invited to talk about best practice. So I'll get on with my few minutes. And so I've got just a little teeny few slides that I want to share with you. So I've got somebody that will click my slides for me. So the first one, it just says, in order for us to carry on and move forward, we really need to acknowledge our past and understand our present realities. And to change the future, we all have to work together. And I believe that's what's happening here at this symposium. I hear that people are working together and that we want a brighter future. Next slide, please. And so where I come from, the language is called Halkamina. And so our word for one heart, one mind is not sama Aichkwalawan. And I think no matter where we come from, there's a similar word for working together, one heart, one mind. So in Halkaminam, it's not sama Aichkwalawan, one heart, one mind. Next slide. So I know him as Bobby Joe, but Chief Robert Joseph, who's worked so hard on truth and reconciliation, and he's an ambassador with Reconciliation Canada, which is a nonprofit that works out of Vancouver. The work carried on after the Truth and Reconciliation Commission closed down. And he says our future and the well-being of our children rests with the kind of relationships we build today. And I believe that's the work that's happening here with this symposium. We're not stopping. We all have a lot of work that we have to continue to do. And that's for our future. And I believe that's for our children. Next slide. So this is what I think brings to me the reality of why I worked so hard for 29 years. The little one in the pink is now 18. That's my granddaughter, Sam. I'm her only grandparent that didn't go to residential school. Inez standing beside her. Her grandpa Randy went to residential school. Sammy's 18 now. So this isn't long ago and far away. And I think people tend to forget that sometimes, you know, because we get caught up in, oh, it's a long time ago. And for our children in care, it's not. We keep hearing those statistics today. And the same is for our incarcerated people. As part of my career working in the treatment center, I screened people in the federal institutions, both men and women, for 10 years of my work. And what those people I worked with were very wounded people. And when they got a chance, when we talk about best practices, that's part of what I'm here to talk about. When we talk about best practices and trauma-informed work, the recidivism rate after they had opportunity to experience trauma-informed healing, the recidivism rate was really, really low. So there's so much benefit to being able to offer trauma-informed work and best practices. We know that it works. And I wanted to show you this picture of these beautiful children because this compensation agreement that's being tossed around, this is the kind, these are babies. This is the face of these babies. It's not just the money. And I think sometimes that the grown-ups that are caught talking about these agreements tend to forget that. Because I sat at a settlement table with residential schools, with lawyers and government with the residential school settlement agreement for almost 10 years. And it was so hard sometimes because this is why you're there. And I just need you to remember, it's our future, it's our children. This is why we do best practices. This is why we are trauma-informed. Next slide. And I kept hearing about our traditions. We need to not lose sight of this. This is Sammy again. My husband, as much as he suffered res school, somehow in all the insanity of residential school for his family, and I grew up in a day school family, they didn't lose their traditions. And I raise my hands again to the families here that didn't lose their traditions, that still know how to hunt, that still know how to fish, that still know how to canoe race, and can pass it down to their children. Again, amazing for those that didn't lose those traditions. And there's families that did lose them. But here's my Sammy, she wanted to know when she did, and she's learning. And somehow some families didn't lose it and others have. And we're in Snuneymuxw, we have a child welfare agency with a Roots program that's teaching our children in care how to do some of these things. And I'm hoping that that's happening. And again, best practice, because I'm asked to talk about best practice. So it's just These are our children. And this is what we need to remember as we're talking about our work, that it's our children. They're not just numbers. It's not just an agreement. So thank you. Thanks for listening to me. If you can turn my picture off, you don't all have to look at the elk being cut up. So thank you. And I've got a few other notes. So Sammy's an intergenerational survivor. So thank you. And thanks for running that few little pictures for me. And so I've got a few other notes about best practices. As I shared, I worked for 29 years as a treatment director. And through that time, the center I worked at pioneered residential school healing projects. And we learned really quickly that foster care survivors fit in, that we worked with corrections. And I heard somebody say NADAP projects don't work. And what I can add to that is that NADAP funding was never adequate. Speaking as I didn't start out as the executive director, I became the executive director. They're never funded adequately. And in order to be able to be an excellent center that could provide best practices and really excellent trauma-informed care, we had to find other money. So that's where we worked with corrections, we worked with Aboriginal Healing Foundation. However we could find money to provide best practices, we did. And trained staff. And I heard somebody else talking about this young lady, beautiful young lady over there. How do we stay healthy? It's really important in order to stay alive in this field. Ceremony. You have to take care of your staff. That's also a really good best practice. When I retired, I'd had really long-term staff. Because I'm not talking to the mic, sorry. Because it's a best practice to take good care of each other. So that entails going to your own therapist. That means calling ceremony regularly, not only for the clients, but for staff as well. That's a best practice. Because as your community starts getting their money and things start going sideways, you need to be able to continue to stand. You need to be able to stay strong. And the mental health supports that were put in place for the common experience payment and the other money, the IAP money, the other money that was put through for the residential school lump sum payments and individual payments is really solid. It's really well done. It doesn't need to be reinvented. It could be funded, if it continues to be funded well, it's really having worked with people being funded that way. The parameters of it are very well done. If it can continue in that fashion forever for the group that will be receiving these payments, it's a really well done program. If the barriers that we used to run into with it were the government staff that were administering it would often get in the way. It wasn't the parameters of the program. I recently had my time's almost up, a grandmother who's my age who was abused by her grandfather. Her grandmother was a residential school survivor and her therapy was just covered. That's how well done the mental health supports are. So it's an excellent program. So that's a best practice. So when you define best practices, it's there, it doesn't need to be reinvented. So it's really well done. So I have one other, there's a really good program. We want to talk about best practice. It's called The Trauma of Money. It's run by a young lady called Chantel Chapman. And she does the psychology part. It's not budget. She looks into the psychology of where people trip up with their money. And it's a really excellent program. So again, that's a best practice. Because it's not about budgeting when people are going sideways with their money. And one of the issues that people run into when someone in the family gets money, and there's so much poverty, how do you say no to your cousin when she says, I need formula for my baby? I need diapers. It's really hard to say no. So how do you set up your bank account so that you have limits every day or whatever? So your community people are going to need support. And how much money a day to take out of their accounts. So practical kinds of setup like that. So that they don't drain all their money really fast. So I really wish you luck. And we need to be encouraging our young ones to think about careers in the helping field. My son always told me, I'm not going into the family business, Mom. He's now a therapist. In an excellent one. And to really know that when we did evaluations of our program, the cultural elements were as important as the Western therapy. That I'm no longer there, I retired 7 years ago, but the evaluation that what worked from day one was that the Western and we brought together the traditional and the Western models together in balance. We brought them together and they worked really well together. And we had to balance them for accreditation so we could continue to get our budgets. One was not better than the other. The other one that is really important, speaking again as a retired director, is the importance of acknowledging the levels of grief in our communities. I heard that yesterday as I sat and listened. It's going to need to be a best practice to be managing grief in your programs as well. And I could go on, but my time's up. So I really wish you well. And know that your challenges because of distance and expense is different budget-wise, but you can do it. Thank you for listening.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you, Yvonne. That was such a great presentation. Thank you so much. The next presenter is going to be online. You guys got it all up and running? We have Dwayne Nakawash. What did I say that wrong? You guys is Dwayne on? Does Dwayne have slides too? Okay.
Am I a go? Ani Kina?
We can see you, but we can't see your slides yet.
Okay,
So-
I'm gonna pop them up on the screen in a second.
Oh, wicked. Okay, sweet. Bonjour.
Ani Bojo, Miskankot Dijnakas, Sagin Donjeba, North Bay Endayan. My name is Dwayne Nashqua, and I'm from Sagin First Nation in southwestern Ontario. I work at Nipissing First Nation on the shores of Lake Nipissing in northern Ontario, not very far north and certainly not remote. I'm very pleased and honored to be with everybody today to talk a little bit about how we've managed a claim settlement here and structured a trust. And I'd like to just acknowledge everybody who's there. I wish I was there in body, but I'm glad that I can connect and share a few thoughts this way. I hope this is helpful for you. I'm not all that familiar with some of the challenges that your communities and nations are working on, but I'm hopeful that our experience can at least shed some light on a few things in terms of managing a trust and structuring things. And my presentation is a bit more technical, I guess, than the previous speakers. And I really would like to acknowledge all those wise words that were just shared with us, because I think you can't lose sight of spirit and emotion as you deal with this stuff. But I come from an administrative and technical background as the CEO here at Nipissing for the last 18 years, and more recently as a strategic advisor to this chief and council. So I'm going to talk a bit about the other side of things, and that is sort of some structure and management. And I hope this is helpful for you. So I'm going to share my screen, and I'll walk through this slide deck. I'll try and walk through at a rate of speed. I'm not sure how much time I have, but I will try to not put everybody to sleep. It's always tough when you're the guy who's on right after lunch to keep everybody's attention. So I'm hoping that this is helpful for all of you. So can everybody see that? I can't see anybody nodding, so someone has to tell me.
Yes, we can see it.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to talk a bit about our Boundary Claim Trust and where we've been, how we designed it, and where we think we're going with it. So this is something that I want to share NFN's journey in designing and implementing and managing its trust, and this is a process that started well over 12 years ago as we settled a major land claim settlement with the government of Canada. It was a cash settlement for a boundary claim because the provincial government wouldn't come to the table at the time. So we weren't dealing with land, we were dealing with cash for loss of use. And we had to design a trust. But it doesn't stop there. Like, there was a lot of work we had to do on our governance systems and the way we managed ourselves as we transitioned from managing, relative poverty to managing relative wealth. And so we had to think in two ways. What I would call a macro level, which is sort of thinking about the broader nation's needs and future generations' needs, and at a micro level, and that is what individuals needed in the here and now. So throughout the process, we were guided by our collective vision that we'd worked with the community on many years before, the mission of the chief and council and the administration, and our Chinook Nagewin, which is our constitution or our big law, which sort of guides all the decision making that we do through these processes. So what we really try to maintain is a balanced approach to wealth management and reinvestment in the nation that not only provides benefits, like I said, in the here and now for individuals, but positions us for growth and sustainable development in a good way for future generations. So this is the vision and the mission of that the community and came up with together, and we went through quite an exhaustive sort of strategic planning session in the mid 2000s that sort of positioned us. And every year we update this strategic plan and with the chief and council and the community, and we sort of track our progress using this strategic plan. This is just the high level of it, and it speaks to NFN being a well-balanced, healthy, politically and economically independent, culturally strong and self-governing nation. And the mission of all of us who work here is to continue to protect our nation's inherent rights and to empower the Debendogzawat or the membership of NFN to work together in a positive, progressive manner. to improve well-being and quality of life for not only for individuals, but for families and extended families and with our relationships with all of creation. And that'll help us be socially and economically independent, and culturally strong and self-governing. So we try to reinforce that way of thinking in everything we do. So we've sort of adopted these principles that guide all our discussions. We kind of keep this in the back of our minds, and that we're going to be guided by that Chinook-McGawan or Constitution and that strategic thinking. And we're going to emphasize principles like fairness and accountability and balance in the way we do things, and in the way we allocate resources, and in consideration for future generations in all our decision making. So, at the start of when we settled the land claim, there was this very small element in the community that said, just divide it all up equally, 100% distribution. And certainly, that got a lot of people talking, and the pushback came from our elders and from different corners of the nation. And, and I was surprised that, a lot of our off-reserve members were very strongly against that. And because they wanted to see enhancements and improvements made so that they could come home someday. And they knew that if we just reallocated all the resources, everybody would do their own thing, but we wouldn't be making the necessary improvements to meet the needs of the nation down the road. So, that said, we made sure that, front and center was the input of the citizens, and that all of all the different perspectives from youth and elders, on and off reserve, make sure everybody had a say in how we managed this going forward. And that really informed the way we structured the trust and did a lot of the work. So I spoke to these a little bit already. These are some of the principles that guide our discussions, and that it is a comprehensive process. It's not a one and done thing. It's not something you do quickly and then complete a report and stick it on a shelf and move on. That this is a process we're still going through today, more than 12 years later, that there's active public participation. We use good judgment, and we assess the feasibility of options as we, look at how we expend resources, and that we're accountable for that. So just a bit more background on this. In 2012, we settled a claim for $124 million with the government of Canada. As I mentioned, it was a cash settlement. And at that time, a decision was made to do a per capita distribution to all NFN members. And there's at that time, about 2,500 members. So everybody age 18 and older received a per capita distribution in the amount of $20,000. So that was quite significant. It amounted to approximately 40 million of that $124 million being immediately reallocated, with about 84 million left in the trust to manage and grow. And so we set up the trust to actively grow that remaining amount. And today we're starting negotiations with the government of Ontario on the land part of that claim. So they wouldn't come to the table in 2009 when we started negotiating, but we had a change of government here in 2018, and we convinced them that there was still outstanding business there, and we had to get back to the table and talk about the land. So this 124 million really just spoke to the loss of use over the 160 or so years since the treaty was signed in 1850. But it didn't talk about land. So we're back to the table now. We're just starting again. Back to the trust. So right now, we derive income annually from the trust, and that comes from, and I'll show you a little diagram of this in a bit, but it comes from interest income from stocks owned in the trust, bonds in the trust, and from capital gains on stocks that are sold. And that's primarily where the interest income that comes out of the trust annually goes. So those funds, when the trust generates income, half of it stays in, so that makes the pot grow, and half of it comes out, and that's income for the chief and council to make decisions with and use to address current priorities. So we're growing for the future, and we're dealing with current priorities with the trust income. And those funds are then transferred to the chief and council from the trust board. So this is just the diagram I was mentioning. This is how we earn income. We get it from equities that are purchased by the trust, and they pay a dividend, and the trust pays that dividend to NFN, to the chief and council, or to Nipissing First Nation as a whole. Bonds are purchased by the trust. They pay interest, not very much these days, and that interest gets paid to Nipissing First Nation. There's also interest income that comes from loans, and that's the reason why this is highlighted is we structure, I'll speak to this a little bit more, but we structured the trust so that we could borrow from ourselves. And so we borrow from the trust, we pay the trust interest, and then the trust turns around and pays us that interest back. So they get a return that they follow through and send back to the First Nation. So effectively, all our loans are now interest-free loans. And then fourthly, the trust sells equities and gets capital gains, and they pay 50% of the earnings on that. And that way the trust doesn't have to pay tax. And we don't pay tax on the earnings because we're a First Nation. So I'm going to speak now a little bit about how we structured the trust. We structured it so that we would balance interests in the nation. We have 3 council reps, the chief, the deputy chief, and the councillor who gets, the next councillor who gets the most votes. We have 3 at-large reps who are, one's a youth rep, one's an on-reserve rep, one's an off-reserve rep. And then we have a corporate trustee who sort of manages the process and brings the expertise to the table to sort of make sure that we don't go offside in any of the legal elements that are in our trust agreement. So this structure is important because it allows, it allows us to stay consistent and true to the strategic plan, because the chief and councillors who are on there, they sort of are responsible for overseeing that plan. And then it also allows for community voice where the at-large reps can have input. We also, as I mentioned, we wanted that connection in place so that we were connected to our planning processes. The other thing we did was we wrote the trust in a way in that its scope is very narrow. The trustees, those 7 trustees I just mentioned, are only responsible for 2 things: protecting the capital and growing the income. They don't have other responsibilities for where those resources are. They're responsible for making sure the investments are sound, but they don't decide on how the interest income is used. So they don't decide on which projects to invest in. That's all left with the council. They manage the investment policy and the professional investors who make us the money. That's their only job, those 2 things. So as I mentioned already, we retain 50% of the interest income in the trust and we pay out the other half. So that's grown over time from about $2 million a year in interest income in 2013, 2014 to about 4 to 5 to 6 million, depending on how well the stock market. I expect this year it's going to be down a bit because the stock market's taking a bit of a beating. But it's grown. That's just the income that comes out every year. So the equivalent amount stays in and grows the pot. So as I mentioned, we also structured the trust so that we could borrow from it. And so now we don't do any borrowing from mainstream banks. We only borrow from our trust. Up to 20% of the capital can be loaned back to us. So we've funded community daycare build. We've funded solar power projects on reserve and off. by borrowing from these funds. We've expanded our administrative capacity. We've built a covered outdoor ice rink, like a four-season sort of facility that's used for basketball and tennis and other things in the summer, and mainly hockey in the winter because we're hockey crazy here. And the only role in making those decisions about where the money goes, as I mentioned, is in assessing business risk from the projects that are put in front of them. But they don't decide whether or not it's a good project. They only decide on whether or not the business is sound and it meets their benchmarks. So I want to talk a little bit, and I hope I'm doing okay for time. I have no idea, but I want to talk a bit about the trust design. The things we need to think, like the lawyers and other professionals, like the corporate trustees, they're going to have certain ideas, but I think we as the beneficiaries and the community trustees have a responsibility to really be clear about the vision and the goals that we want for that trust, what we want it to do. In Nipissing's case, it was build the wealth, protect the capital, and provide a stable and growing income stream. And that was what they wanted to limit the function of the trustees and the trust to, because the responsible government, the chief and council and the community would decide on what community investments to make with them. So we had to think about how we would meet the needs of the beneficiaries in the long term, which are the members, and how the impact would be measured. And, structure supports good decision making. So we saw what happened in other First Nations with settlements where, there's some real horror stories out there, unfortunately, especially in older settlements that were done in the 90s and early 2000s, where I think some of that thinking, I don't know, for whatever reason, it didn't happen. I'm not taking anybody's inventory, but it's happened where some trusts, end up with trustees who don't account to anybody, who really are doing their own thing and making their own decisions. Some are led by professionals like the lawyers or the corporate trustees who are really making all the decisions and taking it out of the hand of the trustees. And then, there are still others who will second guess that from a distance. So those are just things to be mindful of. Some risks and vulnerabilities, and I'm getting toward the end here. The one thing we had to look back, and I don't know what the situation is in other provinces, but in the province of Ontario in 2012, we were facing all the people on disability benefits or on income assistance. We call it Ontario Works in Ontario. They were at risk of having their benefits clawed back when they got their per capita distribution. And we actually had to get the Ontario government to change its regulations and to deem the per capita distribution as an asset and not income, so that we made sure they wouldn't lose their benefits, because there was no way we were going to pay this distribution and have them lose their benefits. So that was a risk we had to deal with. And I think that's been changed permanently in Ontario, but I don't know what it's like in other provinces. Some of the other things we saw was we had members in care, people in community care, and if they had a lot of trouble accessing their per capita distribution because they weren't they weren't fit to make their own decisions with their money, and maybe powers of attorney weren't in place and all sorts of things. So there's lots of ISK hoops to jump through, and I'd advise anybody who's dealing with those scenarios to try and make sure that everybody's their circumstances are in order, so that they don't have to go through the pain of not being able to access. Like, these are our most vulnerable people, and they're the ones who were getting their money last in our case, and we had to work hard to fix that. Another thing we had to watch out for were predatory vendors. We had some bad actors who were trying to take advantage of vulnerable people in our nations before the settlement was even in place. Like, they were offering payday loan advances with high interest rates. They were some were offering these loans before the settlements were even received. We had family members who were positioning themselves to exploit elders or vulnerable people in their families. That wasn't a large number, but it still happened. We had one guy, for example, sold a truck. He ended up buying a truck, but he didn't even have a license, and he got arrested the first day driving it, lost the truck, lost his money. There's some really terrible stories like that. And then there were other vendors who were trying to set up like right outside the reserve. They were bringing truckloads of ATVs and parking them on the side of the road, because they were trying to, just before people could even decide what they wanted to do, they wanted to get that money. So again, these were isolated, but they all happened, and I think they've happened in other areas as well. The other thing that's not so sort of black and white was what I saw was that this settlement, kind of expanded a wealth gap that already existed in our communities, and that those who were relatively well off already and knew what to do with money and had a high level of financial literacy, they did very well with the per capita distributions. They paid down their debt, they made other investments, they got wealthier, if I can put it that way. But in some other situations where people who were less financially literate or more vulnerable, they ended up actually spending more money than they received. So they would buy a $40,000 vehicle with $20,000, and they didn't maybe think through how they were going to afford the other $20,000 in payments, or furniture or other things. And so we had these really sad scenarios where people finally got something nice in their lives, and then they lost it months later because they couldn't maintain the payments on it. And so I guess the long and the short of it is those who were well off got more well off. Some people who weren't so well off actually ended up poorer. And that was a real shame, because I don't think that was anybody's intention with this distribution. But, if I had to do it all over again, I think we could go back in time. I think we would have invested more heavily in financial literacy, before the settlement was even close to being done. And so I'm just finishing up with what we can avoid here to deal with some of those risks I mentioned. I really think, there's a lot to do beyond just the trust. And that is, you have to think carefully about governance generally, both within the trust and within the nation in the longer term. And some of the best practices that we found were that, we really had to carefully vet the professionals we dealt with and determine like how well they related to community, what skills and experience they have. Everybody's going to be coming around. Everybody came around with us, and everybody wanted to be our best friends for a while. Most of them we haven't seen since. But, so these are things to think about, and what skills and experience they have, what's their ego like, and how big is it? And are they willing to work and play well in the sandbox with others? And, or are they offering things that seem too good to be true? And really, how will you measure their performance? These are all things to think about. And other things were like, we did work on a constitution, our Chinaknagewan. We enshrined those principles like accountability and transparency, so everybody could feel good that we were going to manage the trust the right way. We worked hard to get certified through the First Nations Financial Management Board. We got our financial performance certification in 2013 and our full system certification in 2016. So they basically audited everything we did. And that really pushed us to build our capacity. We didn't do it so much to impress banks or anyone else. We did it to build our own capacity, and so that our own trust could be quite confident that if we borrowed from it, we would use the funds well. And finally, putting an emphasis on planning and measuring progress and that sort of thing. So what we did was try to balance out the way we allocated resources in 4 different big investment areas, and that was community development, economic development, social development, and direct benefits for our Debendogzawad or our members. So we kind of use those as buckets, and we tried to measure how balanced we were in each of those areas. So in community development, we looked at things like sidewalks, road upgrades, water and sewer. We built 2 new daycare centers. We we built, that's a picture of our expanded, our lands office was in portables for 25 years, and we built a brand new administrative wing to house all our departments that were crushed in portables and in inadequate office space. So that's a picture of that there. In ECDEV, we invested in solar projects at the time. We've since developed a partnership with a company called Miller Paving. We just built an $18 million bridge in partnership with them that connects us to the city of North Bay. We're majority owners of that. We just opened a new company called Beasing Power. We're reselling. We're selling components to the energy industry, Hydro One in Ontario, and Ontario Power Generation, and Bruce Power, a lot of the other big companies. That's a picture of solar panels that are on our health center and on our daycare center that we installed and own here. So they bring in, over the 20-year contract, these 4 buildings we have these on, bring in about $180,000 a year in revenue. So it was, and we pay the loan back to the trust and get the money back there on the interest there. So, and then social development, we've expanded our Anishinaabe programs. We're rebuilding fitness centers. We've created what we call a beautification crew, which employs people who have a harder time finding work, doing work outdoors, making the community a more beautiful place, and they can take pride in their work. And so we've done a lot of those things. So that's a picture of staff who erected the teepee right in front of that new office, that new wing for our offices. So we fund these kind of programs with that. And finally, we've done other things that directly benefit citizens, that without just doing a distribution. We've eliminated our post-secondary list. We've eliminated, we had water and garbage fees here because we didn't get enough money from ISK, and we used to have to get members to pay for water and garbage. We've eliminated those fees. We've expanded traditional healing and other medical health supports and those sorts of things. So that's just an example of how we've used the trust income as it comes out every year. And I think that's it. I'm probably up or over my time, and just want to say miigwech, and I wish I could have met you all there, and I wish you all well with the rest of your conference.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much, Dwayne. That was so awesome. And thanks for sharing all the work you're doing in Nipissing. I'm not sure if we have your contact, but we'll get it to participants if they ask, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'll drop it in the chat. Okay.
Awesome. Miigwech. Okay, we're going to move on next to Bradley. Sorry, I just want to make this right. Oh, I don't even have Brad. What is it? Carr? Ken. Bradley Ken. And then Deputy's going to give a few words on the point and why we're talking about these kind of things and how that relates to the subjects of today or of the week. And then we will have a quick break, and then the panel will come back. You're good. Sorry.
Thanks so much. All right, we got the slideshow going too. Perfect. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. It's truly been a humbling experience to listen to the many powerful and personal stories and accounts from many of you. And so I'm honored and truly grateful for this opportunity to speak with you. I'm going to be speaking about structured settlements, different use of the word structure than the last presentation. And it's an alternate form of receiving a compensation payout. So I'm speaking towards the compensation payout, and just an alternative rather than receiving a complete lump sum of cash. So we'll jump right into it. What I like to tell everyone that a structured settlement is that it is a tax-free paycheck. It is a periodic payment of damages So again, rather than receiving one lump sum of payment, you could receive a smaller lump, but then extend the rest of the funds over time. And that can be customized. So it could be a relatively short period of time, or it could be a longer period of time. And that really is up to the individual who would be opting for this. One of the unique things, and I think what rubs people the wrong way the most is that with a structured settlement, as I said, you're extending the payments over time, but really you're settling for payments over time rather than settling for a lump sum of cash. And so there's this agreement to pay over time, and it is an annuity, which is a life insurance product, which actually provides those payments over time. So that annuity is what meets the obligation to make the payments over time, but it is not owned by the individual. It is actually owned by the paying defendant or an insurance company. And that is how all structured settlements are set up. And again, that is what can rub some people the wrong way, but it actually does come with some unique benefits. As I said, it is a tax-free paycheck. And so each and every payment is tax-free, but the fact that you are settling for a specific period of payments, specific set of payments, means that it is set in stone once it is set up. So there's no longer the option to go back and say, you know what, I don't want this anymore. I just want the cash. You can no longer do that. And again, that is one thing that some people dislike about a structured settlement. But really that design is there to protect the person, to protect them from getting rid of it in a moment of weakness. And so, you know, I'm a visual person. What does this actually look like? And for the most part, you can ignore the exact numbers if you can even read them. But again, rather than receiving a single lump sum of cash, you'd receive a stream of payments. And so what the printout here is trying to illustrate is that you could receive payments over a 10-year period instead of receiving that single lump. And everything about this specific printout is customizable. So again, length of time, it could be 5 years, it could be 7 years, it could be 10 years, it could be even longer if you wanted it to be. This particular option, again, it's a little bit hard to see, but it shows monthly payments. So for some people, they like that. They see it as perhaps the equivalent of a paycheck and can receive it on that basis, but it could be a single lump sum in the future, or it could be 10 years of annual payments on a birthday, for example, or, you know, January 1st of every year. So those things are customizable as well. And some more wording that you can't really see there is at the bottom. It says all payments are guaranteed to be made. And what that means is that in the case of a premature death, the payments are still guaranteed to be made. And so that they can actually be left to an estate or to a named beneficiary. So you can really protect that compensation payout so that, you know, no matter what, it will be for you or for your family or loved ones. This is just another example. Again, it's probably hard to see, but it's illustrating annual payments. And for some, that might mean, you know what, I want to get annual payments to get some education or some job training or something like that. But really, the funds can be used for whatever you want them to be. This is just structuring how they are received. And perhaps on this one, it's a little bit easier to see, but the total payout of this particular auction, again, you don't really have to pay attention to numbers, but it's $50,000 being used for this structured settlement. So rather than receiving a cash amount of $50,000, you could receive these annual payments instead, or the monthly ones from the previous option. And at the very end, there's a cumulative payout that you can see, and it's $59,000. And so while this is an alternative to receive the compensation payout, there is actually an investment portion to it. So not only are you extending the amount of time that you will be guaranteed to have funds available, you're actually receiving more money over time than if you had just taken a single lump sum. So when is a structured settlement available? The structured settlement is only available for a personal injury settlement. So this is speaking specifically to personal injury compensation payout. But it is available to all Canadians. And really what I want to stress is that this is just one option. Nobody should be forced to choose this. This is just a right that every Canadian should have, the right to choose what to do with those funds. And this is one option that unfortunately many people just don't know exists. And the timing is actually really key. And it's actually part of the reason why I'm speaking with you today. You can see in my next bullet point there that and I touched on this, the party paying the damages must accommodate it. And that's because they're going to own it. Or they at least have to be involved in the initial setup of that. And so the timing then becomes important because some specific language needs to be included in the agreement, and it is a point of negotiation before all of the details are finalized. The unique benefit about the individual not owning the structured settlement, but rather it being owned by the party paying, is that it creates levels of protection. So where the payment would actually come from is a life insurance company. It is a life insurance product, and it is a large company. There's only 3 in Canada that provide this, and they're highly, highly regulated so that you can be sure you will receive your payment. If for some reason that life insurance company were to go to business, there's a second layer of protection, and that is an entity called Assurus, and it is funded by all life insurance companies in Canada. And essentially it's insurance for insurance products. And so they would step in to the shoes of the life insurance company and make the payments on their behalf. They have limits of $2,000 per month or 85% of the payment, whichever's higher. Those are how much they'd pay. And then this extra layer of protection that I'm talking about is that whoever actually owns the annuity is then on the hook to make up any shortfall if there is one after that. So again, if the life company goes out of business, then Assurus steps in. And if Assurus can't make up the full payment, then whoever owned it has to make up the difference. And it's because, again, it's part of the agreement. The agreement is for certain payments over time. So some of the benefits of a structured settlement, I've mentioned, again, the payments are completely tax-free, and they actually aren't reported on any tax returns. So what that means is that if there were employment income as well, or some sort of income that generated taxes, it wouldn't impact those at all. There's the security of the product. Those 3 levels of guarantee that I had just mentioned make sure that whoever is receiving structured settlement payments will receive their payment. I've put in 2 other notes about matrimonial breakdown or bankruptcy as well. Because you don't actually own this asset, you just receive the payments from it, means it can't be taken away from you. You don't own it, so it can't be taken away. It wouldn't be divided in the case of a matrimonial breakdown, and it wouldn't be taken from you in a bankruptcy case. Flexibility, as I tried to point out with each of those structure options, all the features are customizable according to a person's needs. Because again, this income is not reported on a tax return, any government benefits that are based on the income you report on a tax return wouldn't be affected. And so, my understanding is a lump sum in the case of the compensation payout also wouldn't impact your ability to receive those benefits. So too with a structured settlement. And then the investment return. Like I said, the money that goes into that, the money that goes towards the structured settlement ends up being a larger amount over time. There is some interest built into it, and that interest too is completely tax-free. And so I want to discuss, how does the structured settlement help you control your financial future? And again, I'm just pointing out, this is just one option available. It shouldn't be forced upon anybody, but it is an option to be able to exercise. Regardless of the decision, if you want to look into the option of a structured settlement and decide not to, it doesn't cost anything. There's no hourly fee for using someone's time or anything like that. No obligation, no cost to look into it. It doesn't need to be an all or nothing proposition. There could be a portion of cash with ongoing structure payments. So it doesn't have to be that the full amount be received over time. And then exercising your option to structure can empower you. It can empower individuals. And how does it do that? Well, you safeguard the settlement funds from, these interested individuals. And Dwayne did a great job in his presentation with his slides about outlining these sort of predatory parties that are coming and trying to get a hold of the settlement funds before they're even received. And having the settlement funds in structured over time means that they can't be lost right away, or they can't be perhaps a poor financial decision. You don't have to suffer from that because you still have more payments coming in later on. And that leads into that second bullet point there, is that it protects the funds from dissipation. So you can do something with the first structure payment that comes, and maybe it's a great decision, maybe it's not the best decision, but you have more payments coming in. And that allows individuals to plan for their future. It allows you to make mistakes. It allows you to learn and grow and develop maturity with those funds. Having, knowing that funds are going to be available for a certain number of years into the future simply means you can plan. You can look forward to the future and decide what you want to do with those funds. One of the reasons that you can plan for the future and know what you're going to get is because a structured settlement is not subject to market volatility. And once the structure is put in place, as I said before, it's locked in, it's set in stone, and it can't be changed in any way. But that can be a very good thing, because it means that if markets are to crash, which many markets are right now, that wouldn't impact you. You are still going to receive the payments that are agreed upon at the point in time where the structured settlement is put in place. So there's a lot of peace of mind that comes with that. And then the final few points, maximizing the value of the settlement, providing that protection for your estate, making sure you or a family member is going to receive those funds, maintaining access to government benefits, and then earning that investment income. So, lots of benefits to it. But again, I want to impress upon anyone considering it that, once a structured settlement is put in place, it is set in stone. It is locked in. And for specifically with challenges of being in remote communities, this is one of those things that, you have to get it put in place, but then it's a sort of set it and forget it. You don't have to worry about having internet connection to monitor your funds and see how they're doing. You don't have the stress of dealing with, oh, what am I, what's happening with financial markets at this point in time. And I think one of the keys is going to be communication. And I know someone said you can't over communicate. So because people don't know what structured settlements are, I think it is key for communities to share the information, share that this is an option, so that people can look into it. So sorry, I know I went a little over time, but thank you so much for the time. I really do appreciate it.
Awesome. Wait. Thank you. Thank you, Bradley. We're heading into a break, but DGC Narcisse just wants to say a few words right now, and then we'll let you guys go for some snacks.
Yeah, I just have a 30-minute presentation for your break and give you some insight on these negotiations. No, okay. No, I just want to tie everything in as well. This was one of the reasons why we wanted NARC as well, to really deal with this very important area of compensation. And what does it mean to our First Nation communities in the remote north? And the fact that many of our chiefs, especially within our territory, has expressed some worry and found a point of contention that, you know, I know that the settlement is still being negotiated, but putting like $40,000 in the hands of, you know, a 31-year-old or 19-year-old, you know, we know it's their money, it's their compensation. But at the same time, too, like I'm glad the presenters also mentioned there's different safeguards that we need to really look at. What are some of the safeguards with mental health? What are some things that should be in place within our remote communities all across Canada to really learn from the experience of the residential school payouts and day school and 60s scoop and all those eras? So what lessons have we learned? And this is one of the reasons why we brought it up even at AFN earlier on the AIP discussions, is that, you know, our chief at NAN really was kind of concerned over how the payout was going to be established, the safeguards that need to be put in place, and you know, all those predatory other financial industries as well. Like I know many of our communities too, like in NAN, we have I think that the northern stores may be salivating at this because that's where many of our membership spends their money or cashes their checks. We want to ensure that you know, that these they're not predatory. We know that they're in their communities and they try to have a positive relationship with many of our citizens. But those are some of the areas we need to really take into consideration: the financial literacy. And like I said, all communities within NARC are very unique with unique challenges. So I think the panel coming up after the break will give an opportunity for all of us to ask some questions, maybe share some experiences, and maybe get some contact information afterwards to see how we could leverage this information to be used for the best interests of our communities when we're talking about compensation, and also safeguards that should be put in place to ensure that our citizens who are getting compensated have access to those resources as well. So with that, we'll send you on your break, and we'll come back with the Q&A portion of the afternoon. So Chimigwaj for your participation, and we'll see you in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes, I'm told. Yeah, Miigwech.
Hi, everyone. If you can hear this, come back to the main room. We're going to start the next panel of question and answers with all our panelists. Can I call up our panelists? Is that what you want? Okay, cool. I'm going to call up Stephanie Wellman, Diane, Stewart, Aideen, who's online, Yvonne, and Bradley. Oh, and Ashley. Sorry, Ashley. Yep. You there too. No. Yep, he's gonna double screen it. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Awesome. Each of you have a mic, so you could sit wherever. I tried to socially distance you, but
I don't have to say, is this thing on?
the mic guys in the back really, really love me.
They can't. Hello in virtual land. So welcome back, everybody. We have a very distinguished panel that is going to help us through the next hour in terms of creating some serious discussions around some of the topics that came up. So you heard these excellent presentations, and now we're going to bring the various strings of information that they provided to you together. We're going to weave a story. So just to remind everybody, I'm going to ask each panel member, starting with Brad, to introduce themselves, and then we'll get started.
Thank you. I'm Bradley Can, and I'm from McKellar Structured Settlements, and we're located in Guelph in Ontario.
Good afternoon, Stuart Wetke. I'm General Counsel with the Assembly of First Nations.
Yvonne Rigsby Jones, Nanaimuk First Nation, Vancouver Island.
Good afternoon, Diane Corbier with the Assembly of First Nations in the class action.
Hi, everyone. Stephanie Wellman, Director of Social Development at the Assembly of First Nations.
Hi, everyone. My name's Ashley. I presented you guys yesterday. I'm on the Ishkatasak Council, but I'm also the representative plaintiff for the removed child class for the AFN's class action. Thank you.
And then online.
Hi, I'm Aideen Nabagon, and I am a consultant working in Ottawa.
So the group is going to be tolerant of my need to be mobile. It's all part of the ADD personality. And it's also meant to get people awake. It's a long day. And if I'm jumping around, who knows if I'm going to pop up around you, right? So we're going to start on our virtual piece. Aideen, your presentation was absolutely excellent, as was everybody's. And I learned a lot. And One of the things that I caught on to when the discussions turned to this issue is the demographics question, right? When you consider what we heard from Stuart and Diane about who are the potential recipients of these payouts, what we're learning and understanding is the individuals really span an age qualification of approximately 18 to 30-year-olds in terms of the demographics we're dealing with. Aideen, would you comment, or could you comment on, you know, is in your mind, is that the same or comparable to what demographics you've dealt with in the past? Is it different? And what's the significance of that?
Yeah, thanks, Julian. So obviously, with regard to the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement, it was elderly people. I mentioned this morning or earlier that the average age when we started was around 60, and many of the survivors were much older than that. The settlement agreement was that URSA was the first class action settlement, I think, in the world. Certainly the TRC was the first of its kind that dealt with trauma or atrocities that were against children. So there are, and the children in this current class are also had traumatic, in many cases, traumatic childhoods. So I think in some ways you're talking about similar kinds of supports and services that it will be necessary to have in place for those people. You know, we talked, and several of the speakers have spoken about predatory behavior, and I think that is a really, it has to be a concern. Sadly, it has to be a concern. The last speaker or somebody spoke about, you know, people, recipients of money buying vehicles when they didn't have a license and then losing everything. There were cases, I remember somebody, you know, even with the advance payments, which were only $8,000, so much less than some of the other bigger payments. But even before we started implementing the settlement agreement, advance payments went out. And I remember even then, because there was no, or there wasn't good health supports in place yet. And I remember hearing cases of, you know, people, elderly people, or, you know, people who just hadn't thought about residential schools for a long, long time. And there was a couple of cases, you know, I remember one, the guy hadn't drank for 30 years and got his $8,000 and drank himself to death. There were increased suicides, there were increased accidental deaths, you know, predatory lawyers, family members wanting to get some of the money, salesmen. There was just all kinds of really horrible stories. So I think the supports that we tried to get in place at the time of URSA are similar in a lot of ways, even though the age of the class is much different. You know, 18 to 30-year-olds, especially 18 to 30-year-olds who might not have had great upbringings, are very vulnerable. So I think a lot of the supports and a lot of the strategies that were put in place around URSA can be, you know, I don't think you have to do the exact same things, but you can learn from them and tailor them. One thing that we learned during implementation of that settlement agreement is the need to be, you know, it was a real lesson in change management. And of course, government doesn't do change really well, but, you know, working with partners like, you know, Yvonne at Southern Lalem and AFN and others, we were able to do it. We were able to the extent that we could possibly do it. And it's never going to be perfect, but we were able to put some of the supports in place. And Julian, if I can just mention one other thing that I think is important for people to know.
Sure.
I don't think we could have done what we did with that settlement agreement if it weren't for the Aboriginal Healing Foundation. And unfortunately, that is no longer in place. So if there's an opportunity to, you know, to get something like that up and running again, I think it would be really helpful.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask Stephanie to pick up where Aideen left off, if you could. Staying on the theme for a moment of this contrast in demographics, does that work its way into how you look at this and help us how?
Yeah, thanks, Julian. And thanks, Nadine, for your comments. But, I would say, with this process, because it's children, it's a totally different approach. Young people, their brains are still developing. Trauma has had a lot of impacts on their development and how they're going to continue to develop. So I think, while we have to be trauma informed and trauma centered, but when it's for supports for children, I think it's a very different approach that we have to be thinking about. We just have to be very, very mindful of that. And I absolutely agree. There are a lot of great lessons learned from the IRS process. But, if you're talking the average age of 60 years old versus, children, it is quite different. So, but also, IRS, there is, of course, very unique experiences with that. So there's a lot of linkages, but I think there's also some very, very strong differences in how we have to think about the supports that we provide to these young people. So I just wanted to add that in.
Fair, but Stuart, help me on this in terms of the age group. Our target age group is actually 18 to 30-year-olds, yes?
Well, it is younger people.
Right.
There are still children in care right now that are eligible for compensation. There are people that already aged out of care. I mean, keeping in mind, we're going back to 1991. So we're still dealing with the fairly young population.
So would the class that I'm talking about, and I apologize for generalities. Each person is their own unique set of circumstances and challenges and struggles, but generally it's 18 to 30-year-olds. Am I right?
Well, again, I can't describe much more than I have answered,
Okay.
unfortunately, due to
That's fair.
settlement
That's
privilege.
fine. So let me keep that moving for a minute. Diane, when we're talking about these issues and best practices, and I heard you speak to the issue of these have to be Indigenous-led, Indigenous-driven practices that we learn from communities. Can you expand on that? What are you thinking of?
Yeah, I think we can say something from the agreement in principle. And the IAP process was very traumatic. We've talked to adjudicators, and you and I have, Julian, in the Keshem Review panel. We talked about the conduct of lawyers. They were many trials about them having to defend themselves and explain about their abuse and open up that. This is not this process, first and foremost. You can see that from the AIP. We are trying to pre-fill the forms and not put them on mini trials. So that's first and foremost. But we also know from First Nation best practices, and despite the fact that you assume that those First Nation bands who do annual annuities like Nipissing, you assume that because they've been doing it for many years, that their communities are better off. They still have kids in care. They still have kids in the Jordan's Principle process. So they are in the best position to give us advice on best practices because they are giving annual distributions and they have learned a lot. And the AFN is already communicating with some of these First Nations. And I was just telling Chris earlier that we also have some northern communities that do annual distributions, and they have probably a unique approaches to the northern people. So the other thing that we've learned in communicating with these First Nations, and it's terrible to say, but the ones that have the worst experiences with the trauma money is actually an older demographic. It's people who have real life experiences from residential schools, 60 scoop, and they've had a long time life of addictions or, struggles in their life. And so it's 40 or older, and we've learned that from lessons learned in the TRC. We've heard from First Nations that some of the young people are actually the ones who've asked for, they've done surveys and they've said, I saw what happened to my grandma when she got her annual distributions, or my mom or my auntie or, my siblings. We don't want that. We want to pace out our payments. And, so we assume that they are the most vulnerable, but what I've heard from the First Nations that I've spoken with is, there are a lot of good lessons that all those First Nations can share with this table and the compensation class action.
Thank you, Diane. I want to reflect on, I think it was Lionel Bird. You had an extremely, are you over there? Excellent. I believe it was Lionel that raised this issue, and I apologize if I got it wrong, but about the realities of methamphetamines in the communities and the challenges they represent. And I'm guessing, Lionel, could be wrong, but I'm guessing that that includes a fairly young, vulnerable population that are suffering. So we know, and I'm going to turn to Yvonne. We know, Yvonne, that when you talked about the trauma of money, that people are worried that the influx of this kind of money for kids who are facing these challenges around drugs is severe. What are your views on that?
Trauma is so complex, and yesterday, this is so hard. This is such a there's no easy answer. And I think I'm just going to be brave like Rebecca was yesterday, that we have so many abuse issues that we're dealing with that I'm going to be real unpopular. We need to deal with the offending that's happening in our communities. We need to deal with the violence. And until we really step up and take action, we're not going to really come to I'm stumbling here. The drugs and the suicides and the high incidences of loss in our communities with our youth have roots in the degree of violence that our youth are living with. And that sounds so simplistic, but that's our reality for many, many families. And so to say we need a solution to the fentanyl, yeah, we do, but we also need to really, that came up in the elders circle yesterday. And so I'm being honest when I bring it up again today. And so, yes, we need community healing, we need family healing. And until we really start taking serious steps towards doing whatever we need to do as strong families to deal with that healing, we're not going to really we're not going to see significant change. And it's really hard to continue to lose our children. And we can keep giving out fentanyl test strips. And I agree too that we have many children that will make wise choices. And we have a good combination of both. We have lots more of our youth that are getting their degrees. I think we have a balance. But for the ones that are lost in addiction, it's really, really tough. But where did the addiction come from? Our happy, healthy kids that come from balanced homes aren't lost in addiction. So there is no easy answer, and it's not a one size fits all.
Well, thank you, Yvonne, and that was very courageous and insightful, and I really appreciate it. I know Deputy Grand Chief Friday, Rebecca Friday, had a question, and I want to make sure she has an opportunity to ask it. And did you want the mic or a point to make?
No, no.
You know, I don't know, maybe I'll stand up so everybody can see me. Yeah. When you talk about trauma, gosh, I'm going to be emotional. I asked for Creator to help me. Trauma. I dealt with trauma all my life, up to when I was 40. When you have trauma, it's very complex. You don't know half of the time where you are. My life is a black hole. And when you guys talk about trauma, you have no idea what First Nation go through, especially our ancestors. And we're trying to build something, you know, for us to reconcile with Canada, to say, you have done such trauma, you have done so much damage, that all of the resources that we request, all of it is not even reaching me. It's not reaching James Bay. It's not reaching, I can tell you because I can testify to that. And I've been a worker for 10 years as a mental health worker. I had to help people that deal with the same thing I had, with no money. I didn't get paid. And that's what I mean. The obligation falls under Canada for all the damage that they have created within me. I can only speak on my behalf of what I went through. And my mother, my late mom and dad went to St. Anne, the horrific one that you can't begin to imagine what those people are going through. This is horrific. This is St. Anne, and it's still being fought in courts, not believing the stories of these people, for God's sakes. I am testifying that for myself. And I think that's the reason I did what I had to do to become a leader, to make sure these are addressed, to make sure that Canada is obligated, responsible for me, for my wellness, because they created what they shouldn't have created to 1800s. That's a residential school. They shouldn't have done that, but they wanted to get rid of me. They wanted to get rid of the Indianness in me. That was the problem. So when you go back history, it'll tell you Canada doesn't know anything about my history. They don't, because we're still facing racism. Like we're lazy people, for God's sakes. I had to go back to school. I went for my degree, came back to help my people. It was a struggle, but I made it. And this is why I'm so adamant in taking Canada to be responsible. I didn't have a mother. My mother went to school. She didn't care for us. She couldn't love us. She couldn't hug us. And she died without me being loved. How would that feel to somebody, an individual with no love at all? So those are the kind of things that we have to work together if Canada wants to reconcile. Because if they're gonna come and tell me, yes, tell me the truth that it was genocide. Tell me it was genocide. Because I am so glad when I spoke my language in Cree, they didn't take that away from me. My mom and dad spoke the language. My kids don't speak the language. And this is why I am so adamant for Canada to come forward and recognize that they took away everything, everything that we owned before the settlers came over. The settlers came over and took everything over. We know the BN Act, we know the Indian Act, we know all of that. I had to go back and learn that in university. And I'm glad I did, because right now, we're just talking words here. We're just talking words. Nothing's gonna happen. It's not gonna change. It didn't, like I'm quite at the age where I'm not gonna make it maybe 10 more years. I don't know, but I'm trying to make myself, you know, do the work before I leave the work, before I leave the earth. And this is why I'm saying, you know, complex, trauma. This is why we're so many opiate users, so much of that in our communities. And yet who's gonna help? Who's gonna help all of those? Myself with 2,000 people? No, I can't. This is why we need those support resources. And when you talk about support, what kind of support are you gonna, how are you gonna define that? How do you define support? Support is 24-hour. I live with the kids that are addicted. I live with opioid users. All I could do is support 24/7. There's nothing I can do, literally. But if there was more resources in the communities, then that would take away less of my job. But I do it on a daily basis. I lost almost one daughter to alcohol. And it's not easy. It's hard. And now I got a son that's on opiates. So it's so hard. And when you're a leader and you're trying your best to help your individual children, whoever, right? Your grandkids, you're doing all of that, but there's no resources. There's no help. And when we do have help, and again, I want to push it back to Canada. Where's the funds for those? You are obligated under the IRS program to make sure that funds are flowing for the rest of my life. That's the onus of Canada that has to do that. When you think about the residential schools, you think about how many generations they went, 18, 20, 19, 20. That's a lot of generation. And yet you come to me and say, yes, we're going to do all of this. I don't see it right now. I testify to that because I'm in a community of 2,000 people. We need help. Maybe what the Canada can do is give me back my territory, my land. Give me back my land and I'll do it myself. Give me back my resources. I'll do it myself. They took all the resources that you can think of for them to become rich, for Canada to become rich. Me, I live in poverty. So what does that tell you? What does that tell the world? What does it tell, Canadians? I'm not a Canadian. So something has to be, like, I sit there listening. I sit there with my colleagues, trying to make a difference, trying to say to our members, we have to do what we have to do. And that's challenging the government to bring my resources back, to bring back my land, to bring back my treaty. That's what my dad told me. We're going to be in poverty because you know what? 99% of Canada, who owns it? Literally, you can say right off the bat, yes, Canada owns it. Not me for sure. 2% is what I owe on reserve, on reservation. Those are the kind of things that we have to make Canada understand. the complexity. And you know, when you talk about Ontario jurisdiction, federal jurisdiction on child welfare, I have a son, I have a grandson. He's 18, he's 20 now. He was in the provincial system. And you know, you say, you guys, to me, he's not gonna get compensation. He's not gonna get compensated. Why is that? Why is the jurisdiction so important and less important to my grandson? My grandson endured sexual abuse. He told us he was on the street. He's a heavy user. He's incarcerated. And he's only 20. So how do I help that boy that's really asking me as a counselor, how do I do this, Kukum? So I have to maybe teach him. I just teach him as best as I can. I put that awareness out there for him, but I can't do no counseling for him. No, it's not my job. Even though I am a professional counselor. So when we talk about those jurisdictions, I think we really got to really think in our hearts, are we doing the right thing? AFN, are you doing the right thing? Are you really in it for me? If not, maybe there shouldn't be AFN then, because they're advocacy, right? They have to on my behalf. But if they don't, then what's the use? We want to really make it right here. So if we're going to make that rightness of me, what my late dad and mom didn't have. You know, my mom is a residential school survivor. She was a little girl, tortured, yet IEP denied her. They denied her completely. I have a folder I'm keeping right now. That's her story. And she passed on September 2021. A year ago. It's going to be 2 years in September. 1 year in September. I still have her file. They denied her. They told her she was a liar. And it really, really affected. Like, why would she lie? Like, she couldn't parent me. That's not a lie. So it was something that I couldn't comprehend. I couldn't understand what was the adjudicator was doing and the lawyer was doing. They had no heart at all. I was there when she told her story. I witnessed that story. And to come out of there and say, it's not true what you're saying, I'm sorry. It's so sad because my mom did. She was tortured. She never regained any happiness at all. No happiness at all. And she died at the age of 86. So can you imagine 86 auntie? However old she was, maybe, I think she was about eight years old in Shapiro. So that's a story that I want to really work very hard and fight. I'm gonna fight because I think the women are becoming leaders that are gonna, voice the concerns, that they're gonna be more powerful because it's gonna have to come back and we're gonna have to settle this. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to see it in my time, but hopefully the other ones that are coming around that are gonna be already educated, that have their degrees. We have lots of them. So I think, this is what I wanted to say for so long. The trauma that you have talked about is me. And I'm standing here testifying to that. So I'm so glad I had shared this with you, and I want all of Canada to come together, the First Nations in each province, so that we can build nation to nation. Enough of this fighting, enough of that. That's the past now. We gotta move forward for the wellness of our future generation, which are some youth here, the younger people here. they're suffering because of our history, of me. Like I'm the prime example. So I had to really work hard at myself. I went back to school. I became a deputy in my community. And now I'm a deputy grant. My biography is very, very long. I'm sure you're gonna love it. But you know, that's what I had to do to survive. That's what I had to do to be insane with my family.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy. I really appreciate your story.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's the reality, right? Here's some water. It's the reality of a obviously strong political leader talking to you from her community of Kashechewan, right? On the James Bay coast. And she's talking about the youth and the passed on trauma. And we keep talking about you, Ashley, and you're right there. So maybe we should turn to you next. Absolutely. Absolutely. You go ahead, Yvonne.
There was two parts to the question you asked me. This is a program I only recently learned about. And one of the reasons I was asked to be here was to talk about best practices. And so I recently learned about a program called The Trauma of Money. It was developed by this lovely young woman named Chantal Chapman. I just encourage you to Google her, and she's developed it with really best practice trauma-informed information. And it's not about budgeting. It's about the emotions that go with when she shares her personal story about growing up with a heroin addicted dad and how our emotions factor into how we spend money. And I wished I had known about this when I was still working in the addictions field. So a best practice, look up The Trauma of Money by Chantal Chapman. So just an advertisement for a best practice when we're talking about spending money thing.
Thank you, Yvonne. And I can't emphasize enough how it resonates with the issues that Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse, Vice Chief Pratt, the members of NARC all raised, which is what will the trauma of money present in terms of these payouts and the struggles youth face. Can you add to this, Ashley?
A bit. I can add more in a way that I spoke to a lot of youth who have opinions and feelings about compensation and who are likely also eligible for it. I think I probably forgot to mention yesterday that I helped host a gathering of First Nations youth in care who are likely eligible for compensation, either through here or through the other class action. And there are a few things that came out of that. There were a lot of recommendations, but in particular, in our first gathering that we held in 2019, before the class action was even filed, they were talking about like safety around compensation. So for example, making sure that there's healing circles, ceremony, access to counseling and therapy, like what Yvonne was talking about, as well, like navigators, mental health supports as well, and support to access files. So like meaning like your records from when you were in care. And of course, like having like an advocate or like some sort of supporter to be with you when you're meeting with people like lawyers or whoever's filling out the forms. Another couple of things that I talked about was like the need for continued support after compensation, like ongoing counseling and therapy is one of them. It seems to be sometimes there's like a time limit put on things, but like trauma is something like you can work on it, but you're gonna have to carry it for your whole life. And it gets easier to carry, but it's always going to be there. So that like ongoing and continued support is really essential. And of course, as well, talking about, there are a couple other recommendations, like about financial training and management. And like the youth are really clear that like they don't want to be told what to do with their money, but to like have all options and ideas laid out for them to know and to choose from. So I mean, that's just some of them. There's a whole bunch of other stuff.
That's very helpful, Ashley. Thank you. I have to ask you, Aileen, you used the word predators before, and I used the word, and we've heard, from Diane, we're colleagues and fellow, they call us benchers, directors of the Law Society, right? And why does that matter? Because we're actually supposed to be in charge of regulating the bad lawyers. I'm not entirely convinced we've done a great job. In the world of Indigenous vulnerabilities, we've done a terrible job, despite efforts of people like Diane, an Indigenous bencher who just does unbelievable heavy lifting at the Law Society. So we know that lawyers are, by and large, frankly, agents of harm in this story that's being heard, right? But then I ask you to reflect on this. You look at Stuart Wutke, you look at Diane, and ask yourself a question, are they agents of harm? And I don't think you're going to come up with a yes on that. There's no way. They're doing heroic work for you. And I'm not here as a promo for them, but I think you should be very proud of your community's professionals. And so it really made me pause and think, when we talk about lawyers, we have to be very careful, just like everybody else, right? There's good ones and bad ones. And I wanted to make a point of acknowledging you, Diane and Stuart. Sure, go ahead, Patty.
My name is Patricia Ferries. I want to say something to you. You shared a story and somebody put you on a block. Thank you for going up there. But I just really wanted to say something. I wanted to share a very quick story. There was a round dance. I'm from Moose Cree First Nation. There was a round dance in Port Albany. We drove up on the winter road to go. Anyways, there was a guy from the West that kind of shared his way of doing a round dance, and he spoke. And one thing he said, when kids get lost, they always come back to their home fire. So I want to plant in your mind, because of the way you're speaking and what you're doing, because I think it's really important that people find their home fire. So your effort or your work in regards to that piece, it could be called Find Your Home Fire or Finding Your Home Fire. It's really critical. I think I've seen kids come back to my territory completely lost, wanting their ceremony names, their colors, but it could be called, and maybe this is kind of your life work, but it could be called Find Your Home Fire or Finding Your Home Fire, because they always have to come back home. So anyways, I just really didn't want to take too much of your time, but thank you for sharing that, your story. It's very powerful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. And did you want to comment on that, Finding Your Home Fire, Ashley?
I mean, I just wanted to say that I think that's a great name for this work. Yeah, like I am starting to look at like what sort of stuff is out there for like youth in care who are reconnecting. And I mean, it would probably go beyond just people who are in foster care too, but that's a really good name. Yeah. Thank you for sharing.
And Deputy Grand Chief, I want to put you on the spot. I actually, because you're my client, I was really careful to give you a heads up. I don't want to get in too much trouble. But Deputy, I know that some time was put today on the presentation around the operation of the Choose Life program in Anishinaabe Nation territories in terms of serious supports, in terms of supports for youth at serious risk, right? And the idea of connecting youth and elders, community supports, and land-based activities. I think of Patty's words, Find Your Home Fires. Can you comment on what you think might be a potential role for Choose Life around the payout safeguards?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, no, that's the thing too. Like, I know that all the comments that were being made as well, like we're talking about best practices as well. And we talked about a little bit of Choose Life this morning. Choose Life was born out of the Jordan's Principle compensation payout area as well. It's specific to Anishinaabe Nation. I think also Choose Life has an opportunity there in terms of also providing many of those safeguards that are required for our children who are being compensated as well. It offers an opportunity and pathways forward because Choose Life is community-based. It's community-based solutions at work. And I think it could also be leveraged to provide mental health supports, to provide those land-based healing opportunities, to also involve our knowledge keepers at the community level, to really be part of the solution, to be part of that healing pathway forward for many of our children who have been in care. And I think the stories and the testimonials that's occurred this afternoon really, paves the way and gives that testimony to really move ahead and look at solutions within our communities. Like Deputy Grand Chief Friday just mentioned, give us the resources. You've done enough. Like, it has to be community-based solutions, and I think it's an opportunity where areas like Choose Life program specific to NAN could also be used as best practices as well in other parts of the country in terms of moving forward. So that's an area I think that we want to take away as well in terms of what are some of the strength-based, solution-based areas that we need to embark on. We have an elder in the back as well.
And so what I'll try to do is, because we've got hands moving in a number of different places, and this may not be my best skill, so everybody forgive me for messing it up ahead of time. I'm going to go to Andy, and then I'm going to go, I think it's Elder Felix in the back. I'm not wearing my glasses, but I feel like I can, it's Andy here first. Yep. And then I'm going to go to Elder Felix. Go ahead, Andy.
Thank you very much. Andy Wood, Disnakad, Muskoga Bondinigo, Island Lake, Donji, Northern Manitoba. Ego Nimonendan, Kenin, Moapizan, Kimamonstawana, Kaikitik, Amigani non Pezuan, Epanhiguank, Kununugama Hutamik. My name is Andy Wood. I'm from Island Lake, part of the Island Lake and Anshinu Ugamawan Grand Council. And I'm very happy to be here. So I'm just going to read half of my book here. Actually, I have two issues that I want to mention. Maybe not nearly a question, but the first is for day schools. I have some people that have approached our organization, our service people, talking about the day school compensation, the day school settlements, and the manner in which they were accorded to the survivors. Okay. We have some survivors that approached us after they had done their initial interviews with the lawyers and with the counselors. One instance, a person was told she could apply at a level 4. Okay. Another person was told she could apply at a level 3. And that was at the encouragement or from the workers that were helping her with her application. Anyway, it just seemed like the system did not listen or take into consideration the information that was being provided, or the way the survivor had presented his or her case. Okay. About 8 months after this one particular person submitted her claim, she was contacted by letter, by email, saying that your claim has been reduced to a level 2, from a 3 to a 2. Okay. And she was told If she agrees, sign the paper and your settlement will arrive within 2 to 3 weeks. But if you don't agree, and if you still feel that you should claim at the level 3, please contact our office. We will review again, and it will probably take maybe another 8 months to a year before we reach our decision. In a lot of cases, these survivors just want to get it over with. So they agree and they sign on the reduced compensation rate. My concern is that the system was led and guided by the governments. The governments will be saving money by the survivor agreeing to a reduced amount. And I think there's more than one case that has seen the same development. And I'm just talking about one case. How many other cases are there across the country? Okay. It just seems to me that the settlement, the compensation system was not meant for the survivor. It seemed like it was meant to save dollars for the government. Okay. So I just wanted to present that, and I'm not asking a question. You know, this is something real that's been happening. The other issue that I wanted to talk about was the whole Indian residential school system. Like I say, we come from Island Lake, very remote communities, no road. 3 of the communities are flying communities. The other community is a flyless community. It doesn't even have an airport. Yeah. So because of that, our children were taken away for residential school. Right till about the 60s, 70s, all our children had to go out to attend residential school. Taking that into consideration, at that time, we could say that about 60% of our population was affected by the residential school system. Right now, with the intergenerational impacts, intergenerational trauma, now it is about 95%. All the grandkids and the great-grandkids have been impacted by the residential school system. Now we are starting to see the impacts. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is there was a presenter this morning that was talking about mental health supports, mental health programming. We've just seen the effects of the COVID pandemic. It's not over, still lingering, but now we are seeing the effects of the mental health pandemic. Our communities are suffering addictions. They're suffering homelessness, suicides, and yet our governments give us funding. Okay, here's money for NADAP. Here's money for BFI. Here's money for mental health. And they tell us how to spend that. We have to follow the criteria that they gave us. Somebody mentioned a little while ago about community-based programming. What we need are resources for our communities and for us to develop the community-based solutions and the community-based programming that will include traditional teachings, on the land teachings, cultural teachings, teachings in our language. Give us the resources and we will look after our own. That is what we need. Thank you.
I have an apology to make to Elder Felix. I missed him raising his hand. So Elder, I want to apologize, and I meant no disrespect. I am sorry. Here's the mic.
He didn't notice me because I'm too dark. I have a couple of points that I'd like to pass on. Yesterday, I didn't have an opportunity to speak on the therapeutic side of this discussion. Quite unfortunately, a whole flood of therapists are coming to our country, to our territory, and they're not Indian, they're white. A lot of help is coming to our people on childcare because of Bill C-92. They're not our lawyers, they're other people's lawyers because the money is coming. What I really need, what our people really need is real healing. We don't need a whitewashed healing. We cannot continue a Euro healing. You using Euro social service training. We cannot continue to do that. We're already hurting. If there's anything that can happen with our people have to heal from inside because we've had already too much external beating up and hurting, too much. I thought I'd say that part. That's one part. The other part that I wanted to talk about, I've been a chief. And I've been in leadership for over 35 years. I have been a local band counselor, grand chief of the Prince Albert Grand Council. I've been an FSIN grand vice chief in FSIN, the regional organization. And I was also the national AFN vice chief with Ovid Mercredi. I was there. And I have worked for every department, including Indian Affairs, municipal, provincial. I've worked for them. So a little bit of what I say might be relevant. Might be. The wife and I have over 70 grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Next week, we're going to be married 55 years. 55 years. So my participation in the prayer sector, of which I'm very adamant and concerned and sincere in the prayer sector, is also my participation in the FSIN Health Social Development, Child Welfare, Bill C-92 discussions with this organization, the FSIN. I have the sincerest, I have children, I have grandchildren, but I also have nephews. I have nieces, I have nephews that are in serious problems. Between the wife and I, we are lucky or maybe blessed. None of our grandchildren and great-grandchildren were apprehended or in care. None of them. So maybe if I might say a few words this afternoon, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I am being as sincere as I can be. I want to say the best thing. One of the biggest helpers that should be helping us on this road to reclamation of our roots should be the government and the Pope and the churches. Somebody has to pay for how much damage has been caused on our people. Who's talking about that? Yeah, piecemeal us to a process where we have to apply and we get denied. Come on. That's not the ball game I want to talk about. I want to talk about the real game. The Pope caused us so much problems. And a little apology is not going to cut it. Same with Prime Minister Harper when he said, "I'm sorry" to us. That doesn't cut it. What cuts it is give us back our dignity. That dignity that you took away when you ripped our children away from our fireplaces. That dignity you took away when you poisoned our parents, our moms and dads with alcohol. And that dignity that we lost when our children are now stuck in drugs. That dignity that we lost when we don't know how to raise children anymore. We used to, you know. Somebody took that away from us. That dignity that we lost when we lost our language. Lost our language. How can we do that? Yes, they took us away from our home, put us in residential schools, and slapped us around for speaking our language. Kept us away from some of us 10 months. Some of us were around the year we couldn't go home. And then they discouraged us from conversing with our elders anymore because our elders were devils. They practiced magic, black magic. Don't go there anymore because if you do, you will sin. You will sin to talk to your grandpa and grandma because they know black magic. And you know what black magic does? It'll take you to hell. You will burn with the hellfire if you continue to learn your language to your mom, with your mom and dad. That's what I'm talking about. That's the real McCoy I'm talking about. And I'm disturbed. I'm disturbed how government is making this process, their process. And it's happening. It's a government process. Again, it's a government-led process. We had a training program, a healing program in residential schools called Returning to Spirit. Some of you know about that. Returning to Spirit. Yeah, I'm one of the instructors on Returning to Spirit. Things went well. I thought for a brief period. It was healing people. People were finding themselves finally again. They're starting to live again. They even forgave themselves. They even forgave their partner. They were doing it. Until when? The church bought the process from the individual who led it. The very people that hurt our people bought the process, and now they're trying to heal our people again. The ones that hurt our people, the church. For several $100,000, they brought the whole Returning to Spirit program. Yeah. I was an elder. I was an instructor in the process. I just left it. I left it. Discouraged again by interference. That interference we've noticed 150 years ago, 250 years ago, that interference, it's still happening today. And we're trying to help ourselves. So I wanted to say that little bit today. I'm sorry I'm taking your time. And I apologize if I hurt somebody's feelings. I apologize. But on the other hand, I'm believing that what we're doing here today is for our people. We're not here to play team members with the federal government. That's not what we're doing here. I hope that's not what we're doing. And I hope that the number one priority, number one issue is our hurting people, our people that are hurting. Sure, I'd like to see them back to be the laughing bunch. I went to 2 powwows already. And noticeably, our people are more quiet now than they've ever been. Noticeably. Just like they're not the happy people that I once knew. I even noticed people who lost loved ones in COVID. Crying people. Hurting people. That's where we're at. A lot of those little children that are in foster care, a lot of them, we didn't have a process in health and social services to keep in touch or in tabs with those little people. Those people from the remote could not see their babies in Regina. Come on. And those people in the remote couldn't see their elders dying in those old folks' homes. They didn't have the money and the resources to come and visit. The only next time they see them is when somehow we know where they're being kept. Somehow we were able to ship them back home. Sometimes. We ship them back home. And I also know we had an issue with Grant Devine, our premier of this province. Well, we knew that, and we had an argument with that, and we slapped him between the eyes with this argument. Why is baby milk in the north 4 and 5 times more expensive than right here in Saskatoon? Why is it that much more expensive? Oh, it's transportation. Oh, yeah. But how come that bottle of Crown Royal whiskey that costs the same here in Saskatoon and it costs the same in Stony Rapids, way up north? Same. Because transportation for that liquor is supported by government. That's their institution. They make money out of it, and they will put some transportation standards on alcohol. We pay cheap alcohol in the north, as in Saskatoon, but we don't do that for milk, for our babies. I thought I'd say that much more on the remoteness, Vice Chief. I thought I'd say that much, and I'm just saying things that I know, that I've noticed. And I want to also say that the therapists that we're getting in the north are white people. And they come and get the higher up on the ladder. And when they get high enough on the ladder, they come back to Saskatoon to the main street with a higher level certificate. They do that for nurses too. Nurses come and get their grade in the north among us poor people. They get ranked. They get ranked higher. Same with teachers. We're just being used, and we're poor. Our people are being used, and we're not getting the care that we should. We're left again. We got to train more. We got to train more immigrants. Guess what? My daughter just got denied a job in my own high school, in my own reserve. She's a traditional mental health therapist. She was denied a job yesterday in our reservation, and a Hindu was hired to be the therapist. I'm a little bit pissed off with that. I am. So I thought maybe I'd say those things. I'm sorry I took a long time. I know you guys are tired, and when I sat here for a bit this morning and this afternoon, boy, a lot of the stuff that you talked about just flew right over my head. You're talking very intensive agendas. But I want you to kind of come down a little bit. Maybe our children will be helped. Maybe our people will be helped. Maybe we'll be on our way to recovery, because we've been pushed all the way down there. And we're dying with cancer, sugar diabetes, heart attacks. I'll go a little bit the other way. Suicide, shooting, alcoholism, drug addiction. I would say thank you for listening to me. Hi.
Thank you, Elder Felix. So from the territory of FSIN, we move back to the territory of Anishinaabe Nation in Slate Falls. Chief Lorraine Crane.
Thank you. I don't believe I came all this way to sit here and say nothing. That's not me. I'm really, I'd like to say I'm vocal. I'm very outspoken. But being outspoken and willing to talk does not make you famous in your own community. I have a lot of lot of things that happen to me when I'm home. And I don't want you to feel sorry for me. I want you to, I'm talking to the leaders. Anybody that's been in leadership, I'm sure knows what I'm talking about. I get criticized when I travel. Very much. But I've been involved with these chiefs committees for a long time. Chiefs Committee on Children, Youth and Families, that's our group here. And I believe that we've achieved a lot working together as a group of chiefs. And we represent our 49 communities in NAN. I also sit on the Health Transformation Team, another Chiefs Committee. And for NAN, I did not ask for these seats. I got delegated by my fellow chiefs. So I don't think I'm on these committees by accident. I believe I'm on these committees because I can talk. I'm able to get past everything that's been thrown at me. I shouldn't even be surviving today for everything I've been through. I was able to share my little life story yesterday in the group, and I won't go there today. If I talk your ears out the rest of the evening if I start there. But I was thinking about the settlements. I've never agreed with them. Not only because of my own history, but also our parents. My father died a few months before the cutoff date when they settled the settlements for the payouts for residential school. He missed out, he died. I was so angry about that. And you know what? This is what I wrote down yesterday whenever we were talking about the compensation and settlements. Who the heck decides who's eligible? Who has the right to say who is eligible? I want somebody to answer that question, and it really makes me angry. Because it impacted that in our own family. My dad spent 8 years of his life in residential school, and he was not entitled to get it. It would have went to my stepmother. He was not eligible. And these are the kind of injustices that make me angry that happens to our people. Not only in my own little family, but everybody, all our people. I'm so glad to be here today. The elder came to me today to share with me with the experiences that I've had dealing with justice. And I know I was meant to come here for a reason. I get beaten up for travel. That's fine. But I think we need to be a voice. We need to stand up together to make a difference, which is why I do what I do. There was something else I wanted to touch on. I guess I'll just touch on it because I have the mic. I'm not gonna I won't talk again. Just kidding. The child welfare system is another area that we really need to look at. We really need to defend our children. We really need to defend our young parents. And we need to get to the bottom of why our children are parenting the way they're parenting. It's the impacts, the generational impacts. My parents were both survivors of residential school. Then I'm a survivor of residential school. So if you can look at that pattern, where my dad was up here, then they had us. I think we've already started losing those connections at that time. Then when I became school, I went to day school in Cat Lake for a year after my mom died. I told that story yesterday. I was in Slate Falls in a very safe environment until my mom died. Then we got shipped to Cat Lake. My dad got sick. Shortly after mom died, my dad got sick. So we were orphans. Went to Cat Lake day school in my grandfather's house. That's when I started dealing with sexual abuse. I didn't see any violence when I was a child with my parents, even though they were survivors of res school. They never exposed us to violence. But I think at this, if you can get the picture, when I went to day school in Cat Lake, and I don't know how many people here have the same story. 1 full year I was sexually abused. Even though I was in a safe place with my grandfather. I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't run. I had no protection. I had nobody to go to. Back in those days, there was no child welfare. I'm looking at him because I really liked what you had to say. But see, that was in those days, and I don't like to give away my age.
Mid-30s.
But back in those days, there was no child welfare in Cat Lake. I don't remember child welfare, not the way it is today. And that year, I know that the welfare came into Cat Lake. These are just things I remember. My grandmother had to really put up a battle so that my sister and I can be covered under welfare. And it was a constant fight for my grandmother so that we can have some income, or for them to feed us. But you know what? I was not a normal kid. Because I was ruined when I was a child. And I don't know if my sister faced the same thing. I did. It happened to me. You know, I was going to say I'm not going to be bawling my eyes out, but you know, sometimes I have to talk. There is no way that I'm going to sit here. Nobody's going to know my story. But I'm not here to, it's not about me. The reason why I tell my story as it is because that's what we need to do. We need to be able to talk with our own stories. How are we gonna help if we can't tell our stories? They're not stories. That's another thing I don't really like that term. In Chigoji way, stories are, they may not be true. But I don't know, I guess I have to use stories, but if we have to tell our lives the way they are, then we must. I'm not ashamed to tell my life story. I'm not ashamed to say I was a victim. And I'm not ashamed to say that I was a victimizer as well. You give back. I never did do what was done to me. But what I mean by that is you get into very unhealthy situations when you're being a victim. So you do it likewise. I did. I'm not ashamed to tell that story. Not being healthy. So I think I've talked long enough, and maybe tomorrow if I have an opportunity, I can talk. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Crane, and the level of commonality that you're hearing, the united front that you're presenting, it's extremely moving. And we're getting pretty close to the time we're supposed to take a break. I know this has been a heavy exercise. I'm going to ask Deputy Grand Chief Achni Penescum from NAN Territory to sort of round us off in terms of her reflections. I'm going to thank the panel members in advance for. My problem is I've got to manage, so I'll let Deputy speak because she's next on the list, and then I'll leave it to Jessica to manage me and manage Patricia and everybody else, because I've been.
That regard, I just think it's very important that the big picture of the world know about what's happening to our people. So I'm sorry, Julian, but I think that's important.
It is important. It.
Where that is and what sense, how that all happens. Anyways, sorry.
Well, that's okay. We'll put a placeholder on that for a minute. Let Stuart and Diane and company digest that. And we know you'll have extensive responses. But at the same time, I'm going to ask Deputy Grand Chief Achni Penescum to say a few words. And here's Deputy.
Okay, thank you. Watch everyone. I've been listening to the comments that were made by the leadership, and I say leadership even if you're not an elected official, you are still a leader because you are here representing people, representing children. My name is Annabette Achni Penescum, and I serve as one of the Deputy Grand Chiefs for Anishinaabe Nation. It's a role that I hold with much honor. And I'm very thankful that I have this opportunity to serve the people. I have a few comments. First of all, I just want the panel here to also flag a concern that I have in terms of any type of compensation, that there has to be a special consideration for our children that have physical and mental health challenges, and that were placed in homes because you know, they couldn't be cared for, or there was no resources for them to be cared for by their families and the communities. So please, so I'm going to talk to you, share with you a bit about one of the programs or one of the processes that I have an opportunity to work with. And it's called Reclamation and Healing. And some of you may know the program as Indian Residential School Support. But we decided that we would change that, and it's now called Reclamation and Healing. And because it's very important now that we focus on the healing. And how do we do that? How do we reverse, you know, what the settlers did in terms of the genocide and the homicide that were impacted on our people, and still today our people face and are living with those traumas because we never had those opportunities to deal with those burdens, and we passed it on to our children and to our grandchildren. And we see that it's very visible out there. We talk about the high rates of opiates and the rates of opiates within our communities, within our families. And not only in our communities, but those living in urban centers. We see high rates of people that are homeless, high rates of people within the child welfare system. And if I was to start talking about child welfare system, I think I would, you know, start cutting into your dinner hour. But I'll make one brief statement about that, is that we have to start addressing those policies right now that legislate child welfare and how we are to take care of our children, because that's not our way. Those policies continue to divide our families. When you know, many of our family units now are single parent families. And we don't have criteria to say, let's go and place some responsibility on that parent that is not part of the caregiver, because we are letting him or her just not take responsibility for the child that they brought into this world. So that's a, you know, a policy that we have to change, because that continues to legislate how we're to deal with our families. We're still sending our children, our young children, very far to go to school. You know, that cycle of the Indian residential school institutions are still there. So we have to change that as well. All those things that continue to divide our families and to, you know, to oppose the healing of our people, that's what we have to change. And we have to make the government and the church accountable, because they were the ones that caused all the harm. Because remember, they were there to kill Indian, right? And they're still killing us today. So we have to change those policies. So within our reclamation and healing, what we did was we got a group of advisors, survivors that were from all across NAN territory. We have 9 individuals, well, 10 after Stella joins us. And because when I took on that file, it wasn't up to me to start developing a strategy. It had to come from the survivors, from those individuals that were already very active in terms of promoting healing. So they've been there to guide us. So part of our plan that we have is, aside from, policy reform, we're also looking at education in terms of ensuring that that the truth of the history of the First Nations people, of the Indigenous people are true, and that it's legislated in terms of how it is to be delivered within the educational systems, elementary, post-secondary, and in other places as well, whether it's trades. So, because right now that curriculum sits on the shelf and a teacher can decide whether or not they're going to use it. And there's no, it's not controlled. So that's one of the things that we're working on. And we too, we believe that it has to go beyond the apology. And also that the other churches have to be held accountable as well. The Anglican Church, the Mennonite Church, those ones that were all part of implementing the genocide of our people. And so that's part of what we're doing under our reclamation and healing. And it's very important work. And I know we're going to have to fight really hard to ensure that we have the capacity to be able to fulfill that mandate. And I encourage, any other organization here, whether you're from a child welfare agency or a legal entity or education, like look at policy reform, because that's where it's very important that happens, because those genocide, those policies are still embedded in the Canadian government right now. So I just wanted to share that with you, and I thank you very much for providing me with this time to speak. And so, Jimingwich, thank you.
And we're going to actually, we've rolled over our break time, so we're going to head to sort of concluding remarks. I want to make sure Patricia has an opportunity to get an answer to her question. And so, and at the same time, I want to acknowledge that the panel has sat very patiently with bright lights staring them in the eyes. It has been a unique form of I apologize, discomfort. So I'm sorry, folks. You weren't supposed to sit up there like that for quite that long, and may have been a bad plan. Could be my fault. Sorry about that. But at the same time, I wanted to give Patricia an opportunity to get some kind of response to her question. I'm pretty confident Brad's not going to help us on that one. McKellar may not have an answer. I'm going to give Stuart first shot at addressing the question, and then maybe if somebody else wants to weigh in, go ahead, Stuart.
Yeah, thank you for that question, and I'm happy to provide an update to that. Essentially, what we have done is we've written the UN the High Commissioner for Human Rights to basically send in a special rapporteur to look at the Indian residential school system and the unmarked graves. The UN came back and essentially said that that in order for them to initiate that request, they would need the permission or also a corresponding invitation from the Canadian government. So essentially they're going to be on hold until that comes. And it's not surprising. The UN system is similar to any PTO we have in Canada, where you have First Nations, in the case of the UN, states creating an organization. They don't want that organization intruding on their domestic sovereignty. So they create systems that are put in place that foster interests of states, but don't necessarily create processes where these bodies can actually intrude and punish the states they represent. So it's quite similar what you would find. So it's not surprising, it's disappointing. Hopefully Canada will look at that, and hopefully with enough advocacy and pressure, they'll actually agree to that. But that's sort of where it stands now. It's unfortunate, but that's where we are. Canada has, of course, appointed a special interlocutor to look at the issue. Again, they have provided a mandate for that individual, but that individual doesn't have the ability to look at any criminal charges or any criminal conduct in that respect. So we find that the mandate of the special interlocutors is a bit limiting, not as expansive as we would like it to be, but that's sort of where we are.
Thank you, Stuart, and thank you for that. And you're right, Patricia, it was an important question. So thank you. You did a good job. So it's 4:20 and everybody has done extraordinarily duty in sticking this out. I want to start by asking everybody to thank the panel for their strength. My suggestion is if you have other questions for the panel, they've all told me they're willing to sit up there for another hour. Okay, just kidding. All right, we're going to thank the panel and relieve them from the stage, and thank you. And truly, each one of you have been extremely helpful. So thank you very much. And then we're going to move to a closing for today.
Okay, we are going to close, and Stella's going to give us a prayer. One sec, Stella. Deputy's going to just do a couple closing remarks. And then just a reminder that there is dinner tonight. Networking starts at 6 o'clock, but dinner actually is served at 6:30. In this room. Sorry, great question. I don't think I said that all day. So we'll hopefully see you there, and there's going to be some entertainment. It's a surprise, but most of you probably know already. So anyways, here's Deputy Grand Chief.
Okay, thank you, Jessica, and thank you all panel members. I just wanted to close off today in terms of I think we did a lot of good work today in terms of delving into a lot of the issues and priorities that's going to be discussed. And like I said before, this is an inaugural initial meeting of NARC. You know, we have new members even joining as we speak. And so, you know, the word is getting out, you know, that there has to be a specific process for our remote communities, you know, our communities with access issues. And so we want to look forward to a lot of the discussions that are happening tomorrow. I have a very important message from Patricia Ferries. I was told to announce that apparently Johnny Depp won or something. So on behalf of the remote communities of Johnny Depp, I'll get it. Erase that from the record, please. Deputy Grand Chief supports Johnny. Okay. Anyways, we're looking forward for you guys to come and have networking dinner with us. We're going to have some cultural entertainment, and maybe a special guest may come and do some rock and roll later, but I don't know. We'll see about that. But with that, thank you for today. It's been great. Day 2 is awesome, and we're going to have our elder close us off for the day. So, Chimigwach.
Hello. Let's all stand. Shake your knees. I pray in my language. Ksheminto. Girinaskum den mina. Gajimiliak milogmatsiwan. Nagdelemek gimiswe. Utaga becha bechik. Kuyas nagadelemek. Anuch. Mishao. Alamuman. Alamek komagyokan galmujikatek. Minaskun maga ksheminto. Gebeja nagatelemiak. Nagateleminan. Washishaguche. Alamutumakuhi. Alamek yokan. Nagateleminan. Kuyaspu gejimilu taya kyokana. Abijibag gadegi. Anuchma Gijiganocha gadegi uhi utana kabijibag gadegi. Nigan magadekel kuyasbugaj tujigadek. Irinaskum dinkshamento. Kibejuichiak. Kibejuichiak kuyaskajituntamak. Kuyas magaj nagachijukuki kanigan sijik ugamawak. Kuyas kid nagastajik uma abit siwan washishagocha. Kinanaskum ding sheminto. Migwaj kiritinuma kagishagagmina gibajimiliak. Aho, migwaj.
Beautiful.